Alrighty, let's do this. Hello everyone, welcome back to Factorio. Hope you've all been well. Today should be the day that we finally get our science lab online. Here we are over here. The lab is ready to go. I've gone through it all and I've placed every single little part and building, I believe. There's probably going to be something still missing. Oh, hang on, what's going on with the street? There we go. There's probably still going to be something missing here and there, but everything should be placed. Everything should be ready to go. So the only thing we're waiting on now is to actually deliver science packs. Now, science packs are ready to go here. We got the red science ready to go. We got green science over here ready to go. We have blue science over here ready to go. It just needs to be loaded up onto a train. And then we're just waiting on producing the purple science. We haven't actually made the purple science just yet. So that's going to be today's goal. But before that, I wanted to do something a little different. We're missing one key machine to be able to make these purple science packs. And that is, one of the ingredients is furnaces. We need furnaces to be able to make the purple science. And furnaces require stone bricks. And the only way to make stone bricks is in furnaces. But I didn't want to just use any old furnace. I wanted to go above and beyond and finally make ourselves legendary furnaces. And legendary furnaces need a particular legendary ingredient that I haven't made in a long time. And that is, you guessed it, stone. How do we make legendary stone? If we have a look here, we could just mine it out of the ground and keep dumb upcycling it until we finally get, the legendary stone that we need, but that's wasteful. You lose so much of it. We could make rails, we could make a bunch of items, maybe we can do landfill and cycle that back, but there's something even better that has absolutely no wastage at all, and that is molten liquids from lava. And the reason for that is you can't get quality fluids. However, you can get quality items. And if we put legendary calcite into the foundry, it will output legendary stone. So where do we get calcite? Well, the technomancers have been running around for, I want to say 400, maybe 500 hours. And they've been collecting us quite a lot of calcite. In fact, so much calcite that I don't even know what to do with it. But here I am on Vulcanus with a huge stockpile of legendary calcite that we can make legendary stone with. And that is how we're going to finish this off. So if I grab some of this legendary calcite, let's go find some lava. Let's grab a foundry, which I do not have in my inventory. Actually, no, we should have some legendary foundries up here. There we go. That's a good amount of foundries. So if we grab some legendary foundries and we chuck them here next to the lava, and then I'm going to need some offshore pumps, which I have. Let's configure this up. Can confirm you will get more quality stone than you know what to do with, especially if you use the copper recipe. Good point. Good calling out. I was about to use the iron. Yeah, copper gives you 15 stone instead of 10. That is awesome. Let's do that. And then we're going to need some productivity modules. So there we go. Maximum productivity. That gives us 150%. Put that in. And I'm just going to use a whole bunch of tanks over here. We don't actually need the molten copper that's going to be coming out of this. So I can just trash the molten copper when it comes through into these tanks. And all we need is the legendary stone, which is absolutely awesome. So if I grab a stack inserter, because I don't have any other inserters on me, power that up. Here we go. Also, welcome to the stream, Eric. Hope you're doing well. Actually, I need to swap this over. This needs to be legendary molten copper. Here we go. Boom. There we go. Legendary stone. Now, what's funny is the fact that we're not getting multiples of 15. We're getting multiples of 16. I'm not exactly sure how that's happening. Especially since I'm seeing 15s and 30s in here. Oh, right, because 16 is the stack size of these things. Okay, that's fine. Well, there we go. So we now have legendary stone. And we can speed that up with some speed beacons, if we so wish. Looks like we're going to need a little bit more lava. Yeah, actually, I could just leave it. That can passively generate us some stone. So now I can grab a furnace. Where's our furnace? I don't have a furnace. Do we have a furnace around? No, but we do have some stone bricks. So I can take these and we can make a furnace using steel plates and advanced circuits. Advanced circuits, where are you? No, thwarted at the last step. There we go, there's some red circuits. I should have some steel lying around. There we go. Furnace. Okay, here we go. Furnace. Chucking down. Productivity modules going in. So that's going to be a plus 50% productivity. Oh, here we go. And now we have legendary... Oh my goodness, I have way too much stuff. I can probably do a request a chest. And a roboport. No, I do not have a roboport. Do we have a roboport in storage? Please tell me we have a roboport in storage. No, doesn't look like we do. Ah, dang. How do we make one? Roboport. Iron gear wheels. Done. Chuck one of those down. And... oh, looks like we're going to need 2 roboports. Fun. I am very not prepared. That's how you know the channel's authentic. I'm goofing up every step. There we go, we can stick some of you in there. We can grab these. I don't really want to use stack inserters for all this, but I guess we will just have to. There we go, there's the calcite, and then grab our roboport. And boom. So this is going to request... actually, it should be able to just right-click paste these in. Yep, there we go. That's going to make us some stone. Heck yeah. Then what we should do is make... I can't make the legendary furnaces here because I don't have the legendary components that we need, but we can set up some of these. So if I set up a request a chest... no, hang on, I need more stone bricks. There we go. Okay, so we can do a request a chest for the stone because I'm lazy, even though it's right here. I suppose I should just move it around, shouldn't I? Maybe we just do a manifold. Something like that, bring it around. Yeah, that'll do. It's a crazy amount of stone. Okay, and then we need some more power up here, and then I can do passive provider chests here. There we go. We can give it some speed with speed beacons. Speed bacons. We love our bacons. Throw down some speed modules, and there we go. Some wooden power poles on a lava planet. Yep, that makes sense. There it is. Legendary stone bricks that we can make legendary furnaces with. So that is awesome. I also brought with me some legendary electric engines that I'm going to chuck into here so that we can make some more legendary drills. Exciting, exciting. I'm just gonna chuck my stuff into this dump chest because I don't need it anymore. Yeah, so how many stone bricks do we need to make an electric furnace? 10. Okay, and you can't use productivity on that, so I have 10 of those, so that's gonna be 10, 10, 10, 10, that's 40, and then that'll become 50 when I fill that stack. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so that's 170 furnaces. Uncountable. Actually, I could probably just chuck them all into one chest here. 2.1k. That is 200 furnaces. We are eating good tonight. Now you can make a legendary pizza oven. Yes. Welcome the rest of the week to the stream. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. 2.8k. Okay, that's good. Now, a quick catch up from the last stream. If we take a look at our good friend Thrusty McThrustface. This guy I finished off stream. I had to do a little bit of jigging around with the belts and such and splitters and things. And turns out this thing is so effective that I had to eject basically everything that we have on this ship. You can see there's just waterfalls of iron and copper and rocks and things going off the side of the ship. I don't even want to describe what fluid this looks like. And then there's of course the ice and the calcite coming out the bottom as well. So this brick absolutely did well. This thing absolutely succeeded, and the ammo is barely being consumed. So I'm glad I didn't have to make piercing rounds, because that would have been an extra layer of nightmare. And yeah, everything's gone really well. We get a lot of rocks getting collected. As you can see here, the bus is full. In fact, that's not even flowing at full speed anymore. We have a crazy amount of processing going on in here. Everything's backed up. And then we have our rocks coming in through and getting cycled. There's one. There's hang on. What I can do is I've got this mod. I might just see if we can find another one. I found a cool mod. I wish I could pause it. I wish I could. Actually, I can pause the game. So if we spot a legendary rock, I'm going to quickly pause it. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I know there's a lot of legendary rocks because we have so many of them coming through down here. Except because it's on camera now, you can't see any. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay, well, maybe it's not gonna happen. But I can show the mod that I found. It was really neat. Okay, here we go, here we go. We got some rocks here. So if I hit pause break, I should be able to do Alt. Nope, hang on. I can do Alt C. And then I can select and target a rock. And we now have a camera that follows the items across the factory. Isn't that cool? Inspired by the trailer for the game. And in it goes, and then out it comes. And we can just follow the rock's life cycle around as it gets cycled up. There we go. Now it's a rare. It's heading on its way down. Oh, actually, it wasn't just a rare. It was a chunk, an oxide chunk. Then it comes back down into here. Get shoved in. Okay, now we're back to being a metallic chunk. Oh, we're still an uncommon metallic chunk. Come on, upcycle. Okay, there we go. Now we're a rare. You can't see because there's an item covering the quality. There it is, rare. And then that pulls us all the way through down here. Now we're at epic. Ooh, can we get to legendary? This is really cool. I could watch this stuff all day. Okay, here we go, here we go, here we go. Gets picked up. Gets turned into rare. Come on, give me a legendary. Give us a legendary. No, and it died. It just straight up died. Yep, because there's... Oh, okay, hang on. Something else came out after a few attempts. So we get an 80% return rate on the rocks that go through these crushers. So there is a 20% chance that the rock just dies, which is a bit of a shame, but better than the 75% chance it would die if it went into a crusher, into a recycler. But anyway, so that's that mod. That's really cool. You might notice that this ship's a little dark as well. That's because I found yet another mod that changes the lighting on ships the further out you get from the star. So as the ships go further out, they'll get darker and darker until it basically looks like nighttime on Narvis. And I thought that was really cool because then it kind of gives us some different lighting options. You can see the effects of the other mod, the Firelights mod, which adds, well, lights to weapons that fire. And then we can add some little lights and things everywhere, and I think it'll look really cool. And you can also see the things glowing, so that's really nice. That's really neat. But anyway, enough distractions. Let's get this stone going. And what's going on here? Where... Oh, molten copper's full, so we can delete this. Might add some more tanks real quick. Cool, that vents. And that fills up. Awesome. I'm going to wait until this is full and then we're going to take that back to Narvis. And we can get back to work on our science. Our purple science. The big one. Okay, this is getting close. But yeah, how's everyone doing today? We all having a good time? Anyone done anything exciting since the last time we spoke? Steel. I might grab the steel. Concrete can stay in there. Circuits, I'll grab those. Oh, that's full. I need to grab that. Probably just dump that right down here. For the foundry. Yep, looks like we need it. Chuck those in. Electric mining drills, what are you low on? Iron plates. Oh, sorry, I can't bring you those iron plates right now. So you will have to wait. Okay, sweet. We have a full chest, so I'm going to yoink those, and then I'm going to fly back up. There we go. So, back to Narvis. We need to figure out how we're going to get the purple science online. I still got a few belts to place down here, and that will get the iron plates into this area and finally start the electronic circuit production, but then that needs to go into making red circuits. And it's possible that I will need to, copy this and paste it up here a bunch of times to get some more circuit production. So I'm going to leave this space clear. I think, yeah, we should probably leave this space a little clear too, so we can, squeeze some more production in there for the carport cables. So I'm thinking red circuits are probably going to go here. Still smashing my face trying to figure out a circuit that makes a machine run for X times before a new recipe signal. Yeah, counters, I tried counters a while ago with circuits, and that did not go nearly as well. I tried a timing circuit and a counter circuit for... where is it? The Christmas tree that we did ages ago. That unfortunately did not work out too well, but hey. We made do with the counting the items that went on the belt instead. We just read the signals. Actually, no, we didn't. We didn't even do that. We just popped a we just popped a an item around in these belts, and that would rotate the signals around. So if you ever you could count, you could pulse a signal whenever an item ends up in the machine, and then you can use that to enable arms that then move an item around. That's the certified chaos way of doing a counting circuit. Okay, and then we need red circuits. We should be ready to drop back down now, so I'll drop down. Yeah, red circuits, I can just copy the design from up here. Yeah, that's right, I was making a second red circuit area. I might as well just copy that whole thing. And then place it probably here somewhere. Maybe even here, since we don't necessarily need that many red circuits. What for asteroid reprocessing? Ah, okay, yeah, you're gonna need something a little more robust than that. Red circuits need to be here, and then they need to join up with two other manufacturing areas. Stone's over here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it here somewhere. So if we plop that right there, that's gonna need a bunch of parts. And in the meantime, let's quickly start manufacturing up our legendary furnaces. There we go. So I'm gonna need some chests, which for some reason I don't have legendary steel chest anymore. There we go, that should make 50. I need some bulk inserters. Give me them bulks. There we go, and then we can't put productivity modules on that, so we can't do that. Quality modules, pointless at the moment. Speed modules, yeah, probably do speed modules. Okay, stone, you go in there. Steel, you go in there. Red circuits, we don't have enough, but red circuits, you go in there. Looks like we need some more plastic. I'm gonna make something I can just plug and play. Yeah, definitely, that would be good. Nice and modular. We love those. Carbon. We have a lot of carbon. I should have some coal somewhere. Except we're not storing the coal. Okay. I can fix that. Actually, we already have plastic here. I should just... chuck that in a chest. There we go. That'll start collecting up some plastic. I can chuck some of these in there for now. We can make a few more circuits. How's this going? Ooh! Yeah, this needs to be sped up. Oh yeah, look at that. Legendary electric furnaces. That is awesome. Okay, so I don't know how many we're going to need, but I'm going to just grab 6 stacks, which should be 300. And I've got my beacons. I need some belts, which I can quickly grab from here. There we go, there's some belts. Need some tunnels, some splitters, and all that goodness. There's some more bulk inserters. Definitely need those. And what else do we need? Substations. Do I have substation? Yeah, I got plenty. Oh, that's the wrong thing. I want to be over here. Is there anything else I need? I'm going to say no right now, and then I'm going to head over there, and then I'm going to realize that, yes, there are things I need. Ah, productivity modules. And then I think that's everything sorted. Okay, let's do that. And we need some cliff explosives as well. Cool. Okay. Explosives, explosives, explosives. I've got the explosives. What am I saying? Activity modules. Scatterbrained already. Looks like we got some more legendary activity modules in here as well. Might quickly grab some. There's 3 in there, 3 in there, 5 in there, 2 in there, none in there. Okay, cool. And I've switched this back into upcycling mode because we've placed down all of the labs already. So hopefully now we can start getting some higher quality biolabs. We already have 6 legendary ones ready to go. And I'm thinking it's possible at some point I will dismantle this old biolab setup, which means we can reclaim some of... Yeah, we can reclaim 4 of the legendary ones we had set up in here, which will be good. But yeah, that's a plan. Something I want to do next week as well is I want to dismantle this entire spaceport, just all of this really, and free up the ores, and build a new spaceport somewhere. It'll either be here or it'll be here, or maybe even a combination of both. But I want to build a new spaceport, really, really big, and supports a whole bunch of other operations. But the biggest thing I want to do is separate the logistic networks so that we have a bunch of legendary robots in the middle, distributing things between the rockets and the cargo pad and the trains. And then I want to have that separated so that we import items from the rest of the factory into the spaceport, but we don't necessarily export items using the same network from the spaceport. So that's a big plan I have, but we'll get into that details next week, or for the YouTube people in a few episodes time. Okay, let's head back over to the grape juice factory. Ah, I knew I was missing something. Beacons, regular kinds of beacons. Okay, and then the electromagnetic plants. Are they all uncommon? Okay, yeah, they are. How many uncommons do we have left? Am I running out? Kind of. We do have a lot of rares though, so maybe we could upgrade to the rares. I'll bring the uncommons for now, and then we can upgrade the rares later. That all looks like it's ready to go though. We just need to plug it in. So while I'm here, I might just plug it in real quick. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. The iron's coming through, so that'll get this powered up. We needed to get noms. Ooh, what noms you got? Noms are always exciting. Yep, we need speed modules too. There we go, circuits are coming out, which is really, really, really good. So from here, we need plastic. Do we even have plastic running? Petroleum gas is not running through. Why are you not coming through? Ah, because we're missing a pipe. Bacon cheeseburger from Applebee's. Dang, that sounds good. I haven't had a good burger in a while. I could go for one right now, to be honest. Okay, there we go. So plastic needs to come up as a bus. Probably just bring it up here. You get them burgers often? There we go. Plastic's coming up. What's going on this side? Why do we not have connection? There we go. Plastic's coming up. There we go. So that'll eventually trickle into here, and then we need to copy this. Bring it up. And then I need to figure out, once again, what the distribution is. Okay, so we got copper wires fully loaded on the outside belts, and then we have a mixture of circuits and plastic on the inside belts. That's easy to do. So we got copper wires here. These come in on the outside belts. Like that. And then we need Miss Red Robin's Burgers. Damn, that's a... the name not heard in a while. I think I just haven't had good fast food in a while. Been a hot minute. Been living on microwavables for too long. What's going on here? Why are you... Oh, this isn't meant to be rotated this way. Ooh. Okay, that is a bit of a problem. We will deal with that another time. Plastic. Let's bring this up. So plastic needs to crash into green circuits. So I might just quickly do that here. There we go, that's one. And then we need another set of green circuits. Go ahead, Red Robins. Ooh. Oh, autosave. There we go, that's going to filter through. Oh, no, hang on. I can't see because of these trees. There we go. Now that plastic can come through. All right, so looks like we need the electromagnetic plants and the beacons. So let's quickly go grab those. And we should then be good to go on all the ingredients we need to make the furnaces for the productivity modules. And we should then technically also have the ingredients we need, not the productivity modules. What am I saying? The furnaces for the grape juice, and then the red and green circuits can also be used for the productivity modules, which is also for the grape juice. You need calcite. There we go. So beacons are all the way out over here. I love that we can move faster than trains now. That is amazing. There we go. There's beacons, 2400. Then we need EM plants from the spaceport. Imagine somebody made a conversion mod for Factorio that changes up the way it's played. So instead of making machines and items, you're also producing, or instead of making science packs, you're producing food. Imagine that. That would actually be something I'd be pretty into. Yeah, we need speed modules as well. Then we need the electromagnetic plants. Let's bring those. For those of you who don't know, I am planning to do a modded Minecraft playthrough, like a long one, in the coming weeks. I'm going to get started on that. I'm still in the final stages of prep. But part of it is some big old staple mods like the create mod and a whole bunch of food mods. And something I do want to do with that, I've balanced the pack around the idea that mass production of food items is a viable path, but more so exploration of food items, just eating all sorts of different kinds are kind of a big part of it. And so building factories to make food is actually a thing that I will be doing at some point. But it's kind of it's a mod pack that's got everything in it. It's got your magic, it's got your mining, it's got your power fantasy tool leveling up in. It's got all sorts of exploration and building blocks and everything. It's got everything. It's a bit of a ridiculous mod pack, and I'm super excited to get started on that. Probably be towards the end of this playthrough. Will the community be able to play on a server? Probably not. Not exactly because of, the fact that I couldn't host a server or anything, but probably because more the fact that most people couldn't play the mod pack. Right now it's consuming 20, I saw it peak at 21 gigabytes of memory is how much the pack consumes. It's a little bit ridiculous, and I'm trying to cut it back a little bit. I'll see how it goes. A community server might be a bit tricky because of just how many mods will be on it. I know servers struggle a lot with mods, so there will be that as a logistical challenge. Man, I have so much crap lying around everywhere. Okay, I need more splitters because we ran out. I need tunnels because I ran out. I need belts because it looks like I've run out. I run out of everything. Alrighty, here we go. This needs power. That would probably help as if I powered it up. Let's just... There we go. Run some substations around. This needs to be connected up here and probably another one here. There we go. So that'll power all of these. Productivity modules. I think I figured out the problem with why my robots aren't putting modules in. And I think it has something to do with the fact that there are 72,000 requests for speed modules in this Giga Lab. And that's given it a long, hard time trying to figure out which modules nearby me it needs to place down, which is a bit unfortunate. But as we go through that Giga Lab and start placing modules down, everything should slowly start returning to normalcy. Normalcy, normality, what's the word? They probably both work, knowing English. Okay, there we go. We have red circuits. There we go. They've finally woken up and they're placing the modules down. That's cool. Except for up here, and they'll probably sleep on that for a while. Let's just put them in manually for now. There we go. Sweet, that's going to give us a good amount of cables, I hope. Except we're missing some copper plates here for some reason. Ah. There we go. So that bus should fill up in a sec. Cables, yep, nice, 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 nice. 'Cause, 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 finally placing down circuits of modules over here. There we go. Look at them go. Hey! Speed! Okay, we do have a little bit of a problem though with how fast these copper cables are coming out. I think the problem might actually be down to the speed of these stack inserters. So we could run back and grab some higher grade stack inserters to fix that problem. I do have some in storage, but not too many, which is a shame. So I might have to go back to Gleba at some point and get the stack inserters back online. Where are they? Here they are. Yeah, I got a few uncommons. That's probably going to be all we need. The swing speed between that is 1100 versus 860. So what's that? Like a 20% increase, I want to guess. Here we go. Okay, so if we increase your swing speed and your swing speed and your swing speed, you get an upgrade and you get an upgrade. Everybody gets an upgrade. Something else we could also do is an hourglass balancer. Oh, that was the old ship design. I might just chuck that down here for memory's sake. An hourglass balancer. There we go. That will probably help that up. Cool, and then this has backed up completely, which is what we want. I got over 230k population in the CS2. It's now your 14th gen. Damn! I need to talk to the Factorio folks. Well, there's a new development team on that game now, isn't there? I remember Colossal Order got shut out, and they've put someone new on it. Yep, Blood Force Trauma is doing its thing. Okay, so we got red circuits. Now we need to take the red circuits somewhere. Thankfully, we don't need to turn them into blue circuits. But to make it so the game can use GPU for the simulation. It should be already. I'm surprised they didn't get that working. GPU simulation should definitely be something that they do with some compute shaders, probably. I'm sure there's a way to do it. We have our red circuits over here. We have our steel up here. And then we have... Actually, maybe instead of bringing the steel across from a big bus, I might just make another steel foundry down here. But we have stone down here. Actually, no, you know what? Let's do the furnace assembly down here. We'll bring the red circuits across. We could also do module assembly down here. Yeah, okay, let's do that. Let's start with the module assembly. I think the easiest way we can do that might even just be to copy this setup. Chat, this is about to be really, really stupid, but let's just copy this. And paste it here. But instead of greens, it's going to be productivity modules. Woo! There we go. That's going to hopefully be enough productivity modules for this science. So then we need to plug red and green circuits into this side. So I might... Might just split this for now. And then run this down here and then run it across. And then we need our green circuits from here, which again, I can do a splitter. And that needs to run down beside the plastic. Well, the FPS tanked whenever I noticed a large highway or roadway. My frames were tanked to 2 FPS. Oh no. I've currently got a... Oh, it's not quite a million, but it's approaching 1 million citizens in City Skylines 1. But they're not real sims. They're... After 65,000 sims, I believe, City Skylines 1 starts just faking it and pretending that they're there and clustering them together. But, you know, the number of buildings and stuff is still there. And it definitely gets quite big. I think the tank there, though, is mainly just the draw cores. The CPU has to offload to the GPU, which is a pain. Okay, and then this can join up, and this can join up. And that should form the main bus for the productivity modules. That's probably not going to be saturated by the time it reaches the end over here, but hey, it'll do something. It'll do something, all right. Oh wow, and then we're demanding legendary speed modules. I do not have that many legendary speed modules on hand. Okay, here we go. Circuits are coming in. And it's not going to craft a single thing because we don't have power. There we go, now we got power. Okay, they got 1. We got 2. We might actually just, instead of using legendaries, just plug in the normals. Plug in the regular speed modules. There you go, see how that goes. Yeah, that's not saturating at all. But we are getting a nice amount of productivity modules coming out of that already. So we will fix the saturation problem later. I just want to get it started. I just want to get the purple science production started, and then we can start tweaking the rest of the factory to slowly edge towards our demands of 1 million. So next thing we need is to bring some of these red circuits over. Actually, it'll be all of these red circuits over. So that we can make the furnaces. Now, the furnaces are a 3-ingredient production chain. So that means I'm going to copy this design over here that we have for the blue science, because that does precisely what we want. I'm going to copy that and then paste it probably here. Except I need to flip it around so the ingredients travel that way and the output comes out this way. Yep, that's what we want. We start constructing that. We need to power that. Like that. Cool. That's really nice. But there is one ingredient missing, but I'll get to that in a moment. Let's swap these over to electric furnaces. Does mean we can no longer use productivity modules, but that's okay. We can use speed modules. Ah, we're out of underground belts. Okay, we'll fix that. So the next thing we need to do is get those ingredients hooked up. So what's the ratio on this? 10, 5, and 10. So the red circuits we actually need the least of, which is really good. But we need steel and we need stone bricks. Yikes. Okay, so what we need to do is grab the steel. I will probably grab it from here. What I can quickly do is grab a bus splitter. We can split straight out of here. And then curve that. Something like that will do. You can grab this, bring it down. Yeah, I need to grab the tunnels. And then we'll probably need to do another hourglass balancer. Here, not hourglass, another 6-lane balancer here. Something like that. There we go. So I need to grab some more tunnels, but that should sort the steel out. And if not, we can just add some more foundries. And then we got to build an actual setup to make the stone. Now we've done this before, but I don't think it's very optimal. So we're going to design a new one because I think stone bricks are the only recipe in the entire production chain of science research that requires electric furnaces rather than foundries. Oh. Someone just died. Yep, I think they just died. Okay, so here we go. Let's grab some more of these. Need to grab some tunnels. Just grab the whole lot. Splitters, probably a good idea to get a few. Grab some more of those. How many speed modules do we have left? Still quite a few, still plenty. Okay, here we go. So, let's take a quick look at what we did last time for the stone bricks. I believe the stone bricks are here. So these are it's kind of a bit of a dumb array. Dumb as in like it's just an array. There's no real distribution of beacons, although there's these ones. They're distributing pretty good. Maybe if we gave those legendary beacons, it would be good. But then again, we are kind of struggling with the distribution. Why is that? Because we're running out of stone here. Okay, well, good thing we have legendary drills. That's not going to be a problem. Alright, so we can finish this off. Oh, I run out of assembly machines. I have to go back and get some later. Okay, so ingredients. We can do steel, which is coming down a belt. No, hang on, it's coming down a bus. What's going on here? Why are these slow? Oh, because I don't have modules. Okay, yeah, that's fine. There we go, it's all placed. So this needs to come down to here. Should be nice and easy. And the steel needs to arrive there. A little bit upsetting that these poles are in the way, but that's fine. Alright, there we go. So that's going to come down and join up there. And then we need the stone. So, do we continue with the same... Actually, I might just do it. Let's continue with this wafer design. Let's copy that. This is going to be huge. And then this needs to... Oh, where are we going to do this? Probably right here, to be honest. We could do it here because we have some belts here available. Okay, so we need to flip that vertically. There we go. Now, these are going to be legendary furnaces. Wow, that did not place. And that did not place at all like we wanted. So I'm going to have to do this. There we go. Place you there, place you there. Cool. Legendary furnaces in place. Crafting speed of 5 instead of a crafting speed of 2. So much faster. And then we can have a look at placing some legendary beacons first. But I'll leave that for a moment because these might even be fast enough already. We can do productivity modules in each one. Try and save on our stone just a little bit more. Not that we'll need to once I get mining productivity online. There we go. And then last time. So how many inputs do we have? That's an input, so that needs to go up. Whoa! What are we placing up here? Modules. Okay, that's awesome. So that's stone. Probably run this bus this way. I don't need this many bus lanes. Okay, that's 1. That's 2. Wait a sec. Nope, we gotta run a splinter. A splitter. Actually, no, hang on. This splitter could go here. That's another input there, so I can run a splitter there. That runs up there. Need another input here. That'll connect that up like that, and then this runs up this way. This runs across. And splits. Run into there, and to run into there. There we go, that's the stone distributed, and I should get rid of the stone that I would have picked up. Now we need stack inserters and bulk inserters to finish the job. But then we need to figure out where to bring all this. I think we can bring it across this way and then probably snake up and around. Yeah, okay, let's do that. If we copy this here, plop it there. It's covering the coal a little bit, but thankfully we got good coverage range on the drills, so we don't need to worry about that too much. We have a happy little belt bus here. Right, now. Who just died? Somebody else just died. When will you guys learn? That's a wide crater. Those biters will never learn, will they? Okay, that plugs into there. That needs to plug into here. Actually, I might move this across. Yeah, happy little belts. They're just funny, happy little guys, you know? The lifeblood of the factory. Okay, then that'll snake around. And that should be a full 4-lane bus of stone bricks. One day we'll probably have a full 4-lane bus of electric furnaces, but that will have to wait. Let's power this on. How we do that is going to be an interesting question. Like that. There we go. Let's see what we get. Okay, that's coming out. Ah, okay, we need to upgrade these to stack inserters, which we don't have any. Interesting. Okay, we didn't have stack inserters on this set where I copied it from. Okay. Let's head back and grab some of those stack inserters. Some of our 20,000 stack inserters or something ridiculous that I stockpiled on ages ago. Where are we? The spaceport. Yeah, moving all this stuff around everywhere is not going to be fun. When I have to go ahead and build the new spaceport. Belt going wrong way when you get back. That's very likely. Thanks for the pointer. Yes, I see that. I see that now. Thank you for pointing that out. I think everything else looks good. Oh yeah, look at that thick belt. Okay, now comes the fun part of merging these together. Oh boy. We can probably just do something like that. That's the first set. Careful. And then do the same thing down here, maybe. Oh, nope. God, that's a mess. Okay, there we go. Not at all an elegant set of belts. But the lab spaghetti must grow. Okay, so that's going through there. That's going to get picked up. Actually, I think I want this to go over this side, which is a problem. Ah, crap. Is that going to make it all the way through? What the hell is going on here? I think that was when I was trying to originally... Did you ever get the other assemblers? No, I didn't. Dang it. The most organized streamer award definitely goes not to me. Thanks for the reminder. Let's quickly grab those. I think another nuke just went off. Assemblers. There we go. Actually, I'll just grab all of them. Okay, here we are, back again. If you ever had to exercise in this game for some reason to keep your health up or whatever, this would definitely this would be the most fit engineer on in the game. And then we just need the advanced circuit, so that's going to come from here. Is there a clean way to bring that across? Yeah, I think so. If we have that traveling all the way here, oops, we can then jump that across like that. Pull up beside our thick 10-lane belt now. And then we can just jump over into there. Ooh, and then cross into there. Yeah, okay, there we go. That's nice. I'm going to move this around. I think so that we can jump that into there, and then this can just feed straight into there. There we go, nice. And we still have plenty of leftover belts as well if we wanted to build like a second array, or if we wanted to get that to crash in earlier if we can't supplement these belts completely. If we can't saturate them, then that's good. Ooh, the modules are starting to place a little quicker now, that's good. You take the cake. Absolutely, the fittest engineer in Factorio is the one that has to keep running back and forth because he's so scatterbrained. It's not actually, yeah, all those fancy players with their fancy trained grids and hyper-optimized blueprints, they're not the real winners here. The real winner is the scatterbrain who can't make up his mind on what he needs to build and keeps running back and forth, burning off all the calories of jelly from Gleber. And the fish on Narvis. That's the real winner. The biggest loser is the biggest winner. Okay, so that's coming through. That should kickstart furnace production. Then we need to get the furnaces out, which is as easy as that. We need to route that all the way to this side. Then I need to combine these into 2 buses. I think I can just run that. Feel that's what my brain does when going to get legendary items going, oh yeah, it's... I mean, that was my brain just on Gleber. Standard Gleber, not even legendary items. Gleber absolutely killed my brain cells. What little brain cells I had left for the shenanigans on this planet, I absolutely did not have enough for Gleber. You'll probably see in the YouTube videos, every single episode, something has happened to Gleber. Gleber's died, or Gleber's getting attacked, or Gleber's just Gleber. Absolutely insane. There we go. Bonuses are coming through. Out they pop. They pop out there, and then we need to eventually saturate this red. Oh, what's the main bottleneck there? Why are you not saturated? How are you not saturated? We had you saturated over here with the same setup. Or was it just backed up? Maybe it's just backed up. Okay. Well, legendary beacons will probably do the trick. Let's make a quick little upgrade planner. Hang on, we don't have already one? No, we don't. Okay. Let's upgrade normal to legendary. There we go. That's better. See what that does for the saturation. So that there is pretty empty. And that there's looking a lot more thick. Still not perfect. Probably would be better with some legendary speed modules, but we don't have enough to spare right now. We should be able to fill that up. Oh, hang on. Circuits. What's wrong with circuits? Circuits are not good enough. We don't have enough iron plates. Don't have enough iron plates because we don't have the speed modules in here. We don't have the speed modules in here because my robots are lazy. Get to work. Where's that whip sound alert when you need it? Okay, there we go. That's a saturated belt. Nice. Yep, I'll have to make some adjustments later, but that's going well. Okay, so the last thing we need to do now, we have our rails, we have our electric furnaces, and we have our productivity modules. Now we need to assemble them together. So I'm going to copy this yet again. The assembly line, assembly line should probably go here, and then we can do a collection pickup thing over there. Yeah, I like that. Okay. So real quick, before I do the assembly, you know, let's just do it. So this, which direction is that traveling? That's traveling east. That's what we want. I'm going to leave some space. Maybe I'm not going to leave some space. Let's go northwards. Okay, so then we can have, you know, your arrays going bang, 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 bang. If we need to expand, which we very much will be. And we have productivity modules, and then I need to get the furnaces. Over here, where's the best route? Probably sneak it past the plastic down below. Got our pipe here. Furnaces go down there. Alright, cool. So furnaces are coming across, and then we need our rails, which I think we have a bus all the way up here. That's a funny sound effect. The rails will end up here, the furnaces will end up down there. I really should blueprint up some corner pieces for these buses, so I don't have to keep building them. I've built so many in my playtime on this map. At least they are quick to build. Not like the turns that I had to build here. Which, speaking of, we will need to finish that off today as well if we're going to get the labs online. There we go, that's the rails. Then we need to bring the furnaces over. That's going to crash into this stop. I think that was originally going to be an artillery stop. Yeah, that was, wasn't it? Maybe I'll get rid of this for now, and we can move the artillery stop to somewhere else later. Here we go. Nice. Alrighty, so that's going to be 7 lanes. Now what we need to do is plug all that in. Oh boy. And then the final output for the purple science is going to be up through the top. Actually, I just realized the ingredients need to be coming from... Okay, hang on. We cut this and flip it vertically. Oh, that is a fun sound. That is really fun. Okay, so now the ingredients are going to be coming, not the ingredients. The ingredients can come from the bottom. And let's not go over the uranium. The purple sands can come through on this side. So you know what? No, let's just go over the uranium. Who cares? There's so much uranium. I think they died. Okay, what's the distribution? I know... Okay, 1-to-1 on the electric furnace and the productivity modules. Rails are the scary part. So rails are going to need an entire belt to themselves and probably several belts. So what I'm going to do is these rails are going to come through here. There we go. These rails are going to be spared for supplementing this chain further up. Then we're going to have productivity modules coming through. They need to crash in with the furnaces. So the furnaces need to split. For the time being anyway. There you go. That's going to jump up. Actually, this needs to move back a bit. Oh, wait, no, I've screwed up. Oh, no. What I've screwed up is I actually want to move this belt over slightly. Because I want the bulk inserters to be picking up the rails quickly because we need 30 of them per pack. Ah, oh, man, this is... This might have just screwed a lot of things up. But anyway, let's just keep going. Try and shuffle this across. There we go. No! We're full. Okay, that gets rid of the rails. This needs to move back one more. Then we can do a tunnel. There we go. Another tunnel over here, another little setup. Probably. Something like that. Except this needs to go over to here. There we are. Now where are those furnaces? There they are. So the furnaces are going to come across and join up with the productivity modules. That's going to then head up. And that should be the entire production chain of the purple science done. Then we just need to fill these up with productivity modules. Which I don't have enough of. God. Oh no. Oh, 7's in the chat for my inventory. We gotta pick all these up. Oh god. The other lanes, yep. There's so many. No. Okay, here we go. Productivity modules are coming in now. No, we're full. Okay, here, let's try and get rid of some of these. That sounds like a jackhammer. Okay, we should be getting furnaces coming in now. Yeah, there we go. Furnaces are in. Don't know what the heck's going on here, so let's fix that up. I do know what's going on, it's just not pleasant. Oh, wait, that jumps across the whole way. That's cool. Oh boy. Okay. Ah! Ah, look at that. We've got grape juice. Woo! It's working. Very slowly, but it's working. Okay, that's awesome. We just need to get those speed modules plugged in. However, I do not think we have enough speed modules to finish this build off, but it should be enough anyway to get started. Can't believe I have to do this manually. This manual labor, what is this? I've been reduced. Reduced to the ground. Back where we came from with this. Back to the Stone Ages. Return to monkey. Oh wow, we did have enough modules. Okay, that's cool. Oh, quite a few to spare. Alright. Whoa, that's a full belt. That's a full looking belt. And we're out of rails. Nice. Rails are barely making it to the end though, which is to be expected. So whereabouts do they fall off? Probably around here. Which is probably why I had the whole break in the middle here as well. So if we jump that in there and then we do a quick little fish filter. Little fish filter in there, chuck that in there and probably do the same here. Rail jumps across there, splits. Jumps. And then this can... Ugh. No, hang on. That has to jump here. This jumps around, snakes around, jumps back into there, jumps into there. Joins up, joins up. There we go. So that's going to be our rails coming through. And then we can bring these up along the side. How far up are we? All the way up here. Damn. In fact, I can't use a splitter. That would be too much. So instead, I can flip this horizontally, run that straight into there. That jumps in the tunnel. That jumps across. And straight into there. There we go. I think this is going to work, chat. I think this is going to work. So we have our purple science. We have our blue science. We have our green science. And we have our red science. You know what that leaves us with? It's train time. Woo! Okay, so to build a train, we already have one train built. This guy here. Actually, I need to build a crap ton of steel chests as well. Let's build another upgrade planner. This is going to be regular. Actually, I can just drop these in. There we go. How convenient is that? That portion of the purple drink isn't working because of rails on the outer belt. Wow, you have very good eyes. Thank you for letting me know. I will fix that shortly. I'm very good at missing things. That's not something you want to hear. We have way too many productivity modules on me, but that's fine. Let's get this train built. So we have these locomotives. Did I use a Mark IV locomotive? Yeah, I used a Mark IV. Okay, so I have these regular locomotives, but I also have a mod, just for fun, that gives us better quality locomotives, which means I need to start making the little chain of production. Oops. That's a legendary, and that's going to be a legendary. Did I make Mark IV wagons on here? No, I didn't. Okay, I might do that later. Locomotive. Easy to do. We need circuits, engine units. We have those. We have a lot of those. And then we need iron plates. We have a lot of those. I can't fit those. Inserters, jump across. Gotta get rid of all this crap. Ah. Alright, so here we go. So that's going to be iron plates. Grab those. Chuck them in. Electric engine units, and then advanced circuits. Why you're out of plastic? Why are you out of plastic? Why do I have regular labs on me? Get rid of those. Electric engine units. We have a bunch in here. Oof. We need steel. Oh my goodness, we need so many things. We need the blue circuits. Ah! Okay, I'm gonna get rid of some of this stuff. Okay, there we go. That should make us some locomotives. Legendary Mark IV locomotives. So we need some speed modules in these. Yeah, then we can grab our legendary cargo wagons. So we need 20 wagons for every train. So we're doing 3 more trains. So that's going to be 1, 2, and 3. There we go, there's 1 train. I think we need some more steel in here. Have you ever considered how much weight you're carrying in your inventory? Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially when you're carrying things that are too heavy for a rocket, or you're actually carrying the rocket itself in the rocket silo in your inventory. Yeah, definitely. Definitely comes into question. Just how superpowered is the engineer? Ooh, that's an interesting question. Who can carry more weight? The engineer from Factorio or Steve from Minecraft. Because you can carry solid blocks, solid meter cube blocks of gold in that game. Who would win? Which video game is the deadlifting champion? That's another train, so that's 3. That's actually enough to get started. Goes back in. And that's 4. Not Skyrim. I mean, maybe Skyrim. You can technically carry an infinite number of items in Skyrim and still walk. And then we need regular locomotives, isn't it? Regular legendary locomotives. Okay. What's the benefit of legendary ones? They don't have a speed boost, so I'm just going to use regular locomotives, I think. Means I need a bunch of engines. Engines. I think I have that in here. Yeah, engines and steel. And then I need circuits. Where do I get circuits from? I don't need steel. Where do I get steel from? Very ad hoc crafting. Okay, that's 30 locomotives. That should be enough. Let's go assemble these trains. Head past the valley of no frame rate. Oh, that is a problem. If this causes my frame rate to tank, what's the new Giga Lab gonna do? When it covers our screens. Can I get some more research productivity? A little bit. Alright, so in a previous stream, or for the YouTube folks, in a previous episode, we reconverted part of this into a bit of a fueling stop. Somewhere. Here we go. We got fuel going on here. That's going to make us nuclear fuel, which it has, in bulk. And we can use this stop to construct our trains. So I'm going to place down the first carriage here. And then we can do our 1, 2, 3, 4... Oh. What belt mod is that makes the arrows brighter? Hey, thanks for the... Hang on. Something's gone wrong. Thanks for the Prime, Candyman. Glad to have you along. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for doing that. Wow. Yeah, that's cool. Hell yeah. The mod that makes the belts brighter is the belt glow mod. I found that a little while ago and I thought, damn, that's really cool, especially at nighttime. Especially when I have the other mod too. What's the mod called? The one that makes nights darker. I think it's a split from the space exploration mod. It's the light overhaul mod, I think. Makes the nights darker, and then I thought I'd combine that with the belt glow, and that looks really awesome. Looks really, really cool. Yeah, thanks again for the Prime. Really appreciate that. That's hella awesome. As the kids say. Okay, this is awesome. This is big train. Oh, I need to color all the carriages as well. So this is going to be the second train, which is going to end up being green science. Or rather, as we've been jokingly calling it, the stamina potions. This is going to be... Did I name that train? No, I didn't even name it. Okay. Health Ocean Train Omega. No, hang on. Omega Train. There we go. Rolls right off the tongue. And then we need to give it an icon. Health Potion Omega Train. There we go. So that's cool. This one is going to be... let's start off with the potion. Stamina Potion. What do you guys call your potions? Your science packs? Do you misname them, or do you call them what they're supposed to be called? And then this guy needs to be green. And then, thanks to yet another mod we have, we can also color the wagons, which is just nice and convenient. There we go, big green train. And then he's got fuel, cool. We need to set up the stations. The fuel Omega stop will be good enough for that. And then we need to add the other station. So that's a train. Before we continue though, we don't have any space to build the next train. So let's head back up to this area, our Giga Labs. It'll be time we finally finish this off, or at least finish it, enough of it off that we can start placing the train station areas. I'm not wording today. Let's upgrade our chests as well while we're here. Where's the first stop here? There we go. There's going to be some big legendary buffers, which I do not have enough chests for, but I can upgrade that. Okay, train stop. Let's rename this. Recolor it to red. This is going to be... What was the convention we did before? Health Potion... this is going to be Stamina Potion Omega. Absolutely bonkers huge. And then we need to run over and start setting up the stations for them to pick up at, but... Yeah, let's do that. Why is this empty? Oh, that's right, for the rookie dump. Okay. This is where the tricky part comes in. I've been holding off on this for a long time. How the heck are we going to load these trains? Oh boy, we could... Okay, so if I copy this just for demonstrations, we could run a train this way, and then if we have several of these modules going up, then a train... Oh, what I save? Then a train going along here would probably make sense, because then we can split them easier. Or we could run it down here and just run a big bus that splits up into there. What do we reckon, chat? South or east? I really can't decide. I'm trying to think. Wait, why did I say east? East is over this way. Man, I'm getting my east and west around the wrong way. I mean, east could maybe work as well. It gives us room to expand. South or west? Yeah, I should have said west, not east. Trying to think of any logistical problems we might have. Like, that's going to come out and form like a big bus. Where's our biggest bus? This will probably be... Oh, crap. Wait a minute. No, hang on. Okay, one sec. Before we do that... Oh, jeez. We got to actually figure out how stupidly big this thing's going to be. So if I copy this... If that's our train there, We need a train loader. Be nice if I could just copy the trains. But if this is our train loader, and then we grab cargo wagons, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is stupidly big. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay, cool. So then we need an actual train loader. Oh boy. I don't think I actually have a train loader design that can support 5 carriages. I'll demonstrate in a sec. So I have this train loader here, which supports 4 carriages, which is based off of this design here. What I would need is a 5-lane belt. I don't have a 5-lane bus balancer. But if it's buffering into chest, that's not going to be a big concern. Okay, hang on. Let's design one up real quick. So if we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we need a 5-lane bus. Real quick, let's just upgrade these. And upgrade these to legendary steel. We're going to need a variant on this as well for the space sciences because we can't use belts to load those up. It won't be fast enough. So then if we have a 5-lane bus, the final lane can just come into here. The way this works is... Actually, we don't even need it to snake around that much. The final lane comes in here. Something like that. Yep. This comes into here. Does anybody know of a convenient way to balance a bus of 5 lanes? So what we could do is we could even shift this across. There we go. That saves a bit of space. So that's 5 lanes. I need to balance that. We could cheese a little bit and use a bus balancer times 6. And then just do a fish filter on one side, like here. So that way only the 5 lanes will be used. We could do something like that, but one of these lanes is going to get more than the other, but I suppose that doesn't matter if everything's going to be buffering up. Yeah, I suppose we could do that. So then if we copied that down here, and again down here, and again down here, that's the loader. Then... but I'm not exactly... Okay, hang on. Let's do a little bit of online things. Factorio 5 belt balancer. Oh god, really? Is that... Belt balancers, there's a place online you can look up for these. 5 to 5 balancer. That is huge. Nah, I'm not a fan of that. But screw it, we can copy that. I don't know who made this. Posted by Anonymous. Alright, I can't give credit to it, unfortunately. If this was you out there that made this, thank you very much. I'm yoinking it. 5 to 6. No, I need 5 to 5, I think. So we got 5 carriages. There we go. So that's going to be our 5. I can cut this, squeeze it up a little bit more. There we go. So if I delete that. Recopy this again. Then we need an unwieldy amount of... Oh boy. Okay, something like that will work. Plug that into the end of each one. Doing 5 to 6 to have 5 lanes come in for each cargo set to output to the 6 chests. Oh, I see what you mean. I mean, yeah, you could do that actually. Oh yeah, that's a good point. I don't know what sort of throughputs I'm going to have. We might need to experiment with this a little bit. Let's play with the infinity chest. So if I bring this all the way down, then we need to do this shenanigans around here. Oh god, we need one more. We need 2 more. Oh good jeez. Yep, that's a lot. Yep, that's a lot. That's a lot. So what we could do is, instead of doing the splitting and all that, we could actually just run them in, as you're saying, to the 6. So if we created... We had it around here somewhere. If we did one of these... let's do this. If we had one of these... And then I quickly replace these with trash. Okay, there we go. So if they trash that, and then I copy this, paste that there, and paste that there, and paste it there. So that's the setup. It is kind of slow. Yeah, you're right. I think this is... I think this is the part where I was thinking of not calculating it ahead of time, because I don't know how much I'm actually... Yeah, I don't know how much I'm going to be producing and how much I'm going to be demanding to actually hit the 1 million target. So maybe we just do... Oh, where is it? Oh yeah, that's right. Oh god, I completely forgot. It's been so long. I was going to do a splitter design like this to start with, and then as we ramp up on demand, I can then switch over to start plugging in belts directly into the chest. Yeah, I think that's what I was planning to do, and I just completely forgot. Okay, so we can copy this design. Delete that. We can copy this. Actually, no, hang on. We need to change these back into chests. Why can't I do that? Oops. Here we go. Okay, so that's going to be our loader design for the time being. It's going to change. I guarantee you that it is going to change over time. Because we just simply don't have... I simply don't have the brain power it takes. Okay, so we could probably do it here. Quick little loader design. That should give us ample room for the full bus. Yep, that travels north, so then this needs to connect. Oh, actually. Can we get this to travel diagonally like that? Ooh, yes we can. Nice. Boom. And then we need to join this back up. What I might actually do is give it a bit of a running distance so that if there's another train, God forbid we need another train, the train can park in while the next one moves up earlier. And then we just join back up with this abomination. Which I should probably train signal up when I get over there. Okay, so let's go build that. Never mind, we can't build that because I don't have the rails or the steel chest or the belts. So let's go grab those. Okay, the belts, rails will be somewhere else. Probably need more bulk inserters. Steel chests. How do we get more steel chests? I could quickly... Hang on. I need steel chests to make steel chests. Yeah, I can grab this and then output to here. That sounds like a sensible idea. Probably need a faster inserter. There we go. Ooh! Look at that speed! And then while that's going, we can go grab some belts. Do I have enough train signals? Oh yeah, I definitely have enough train signals. Grab those rails. Let's head up and start setting that up. Oh, autosave. Now, how many lanes is this? 20. I don't have a 20 by 20 belt balancer, but I do have a 10 by 10. Signal this up somehow. The definition of scuffed is this channel. That needs to come into here. Why are you the way that you are? We don't want that connecting up. How many lanes do you need? Yes. I mean, probably not that many. I think in an ideal situation, all 10 of these lanes would end up being filled up. We could do a quick split here. Let me grab the balancer design. Do a balancer there and Probably a balancer there. Join that up. Connect this up. And then what I can do is copy this around. Just leave that there as a guide for now. We can grab one of those and one of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So then this one plugs into there. And then we can just run these guys over. Leave some space for some lamps or something like that. This guy can head into here. Something like that. You can plug into there. You can plug into here. Oh, it's the wrong way around. There we go. So eventually this will just be full of belts everywhere that are absolutely full of red science. And then that'll start distributing around. This should produce 100k red science per minute. I just haven't got the ratios right. Yeah, they can't even move. They can't even move because of how much is going on. That's where we come in and fix that. So let's continue this. That's coming through there. Nice, 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 nice. We will need to power all this, which I did not anticipate. Thankfully, we have our trusty legendary wooden power poles. This legendary wood is baller and free. Yeah, I don't need this many poles, do I? Or do I? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll probably do. Yep, okay, cool. And then we can connect that up to a power network. Try and get this to fit in nicely. I still want the factory to look aesthetic. Come on, connect up. There we go, that's going to connect. And there we go. That should be all powered up. So now they should be loading the chests. Yes. Yes. Okay, cool. Oh, wait, this is emptying. Ah, it's emptying because we need to adjust that, but that's fine. That's the point of this exercise. We're gonna start balancing things. Damn, that is a lot of health potions. Okay, cool, cool. So that's coming through. The train should be just about ready to go. So if we rename this now to... I was about to do a Discord emote. That's not how you do them here. Health potion. Pick up Omega. Cool. Okay, and then if we head back to this train, set up the schedule, you need to go to health potion pick up Omega. Up, then off he goes. And we'll probably make him sit there until he has full cargo. Because ideally the goal is that this thing can load him fast enough to fill that cargo space. That's going to sit there and go, and then he'll depart. Let me see if I got the train signals right up here. Yep, that looks good. That looks good. That's whatever that is. Why can't I? You're coming around down here. Oh. Right. This needs to connect to here. Then we can block you off there. Yep. You're probably wondering why the heck I have this ungodly thing, and the answer is I'm so sick and tired of weird shenanigans with this train builder that I'm just going to do it for the memes. So many times it's made ugly curves, and this is just one of them that it happened to make, so I just thought, for the jokes, let's just deal with it and try and actually properly signal it up. I think if we just treat the whole thing as a block, that should be fine. So then the trains come down here. Do we want to travel south? Yeah, we probably do. Never mind, we can't. Nope, okay, we'll just head east. That's fine. Okay, and then we can do a train, we can do a block here as well. Nice. That should be the red science ready to go. Automated. Just not optimal, so we'll have to fix that up, but we can do that a little bit later. Let's first get this next step done. Yeah, okay, so if I copy the whole thing here, we copy that, and I'm going to put that on my hotbar. And we run over to the green science. Where are we going to put it on the green science? What do we think, chat? I could put it down here. There's plenty of room. I'd have to destroy a roboport by the looks of it. There's plenty of room down here. Or we could do it up top and save this space down here for production. Yeah, maybe I'll do it up top. Keeps it clear of everything else and the ores. Yeah, okay, I'll do it up top. Vertical. On the north, I can expand down. Yep, sounds like a good idea. So once again, we're going to need this to pull out. That's what she said, I guess. Okay, and then how big is this loader? Is that half the distance? Yep, that looks like it. Okay. So then this sticks right up to there. Oh, right up to there. Awesome. Let's go set up the train station now. Ah, landfill. Okay. Yep, I can get some landfill. Plonkety plonk plonk. Out of splitters. Gonna have to fetch some more splitters. And chests. We should be able to place down the train stop now. There we go. So this is going to be a green one. This is going to be... where's our stamina potion? Stamina potion. Pick up Omega. There we go. We need a little train signal there. And a train signal there and there. And train signal there and a train signal there. Awesome. Okay, let's grab some splitters and landfill. How many belts do I have? Still got enough belts. I might replenish on those though, especially since we're building such big loaders. I can't remember if I don't think I have landfill on the east at the spaceport, so I'm going to have to head down to where we're actually making it. Oh yeah, and at some point we're going to have to start decorating the place with concrete and tree planters as well. That's going to be fun. 12,000 landfill, that's way too much. One row should do. Would you guys consider this a mega base or a giga base? His definition's a little loose on the wiki. I was looking at it the other day. It's kind of like giga base is big. Mega bases are big, but then apparently anything that's over like 10,000 science per minute is apparently considered a giga base, and that's definitely what we're producing, although not on the research productivity, but say on something else, you can see that spikes way past 10,000. And that's effective, but we also actually are producing 10,000 science per minute as well. Let me have a look. Science. Although not at the moment. At some point we were. But we definitely will be with the new setup. We got our splitters. Let's grab a few more. Okay, cool. We can head back. Here we are. Ah, I forgot the legendary chests. That's fine. Let's connect this up. So that's where the two belts are going to go. Which means this needs to move up. I'm just going to put these parallel to each other for the time being. They probably will end up being parallel for a while. And then I can just run this up. We'll make adjustments later. Okay, there we go. Green science should now be being loaded in. Fun, fun, fun. We can set up the train schedule for the second train. Where are you? Here we are. Fuel's ready to go. Okay, interrupts there. We can set up for the Stamina Potion Omega. A Stamina Potion Pickup Omega. Empty cargo, full cargo. Should be a Mega Pickup to follow the naming style of the Health Potion. Oh, yes. Did I mess that up? This Potion Omega. Pickup Omega. Pickup Omega. Yeah. Yeah. Let's swap those around. Cool. Omega Pickup. Omega Pickup. So if we check that now on the stations, I get rid of that. Omega Pickup. Yep, they match. Cool. Empty cargo. Now we should be able to set him along. He's going to take a very, very long route. But he's going to make it, which is good. I haven't train signaled that up, so that'll be a little bit of an issue later. But he's going to arrive there, then he's going to realize, oh, shoot, I'm empty. And then he's going to travel around and find his way over to the Stamina Potion Omega pickup, which is distributing nicely. Full cargo. Oh, did I mess that up? Yes, I did. Thank you. That would have been a nasty surprise. Oh, why isn't this train picking anything up? One of those late night optimization things, and I just try and figure out where everything is and realize, there's just one little button. I pressed the wrong one. Thank you very much for pointing that out. I'm blind. Some epic biolabs, that's good. Okay, and then I need those steel chests. Oh, that's a good amount of steel chests. I like that. Where even am I heading? I'm getting so lost in this place. Yeah, there we go. That station loader is now ready to go. Where is that train? We've lost the train. Oh no. Wait. Where did it go? That's the red train. He's sitting there. Uh-oh, hang on. Let me find. Why are you heading to the nuclear fuel? Oh, because he spent one to get on the move. Right. Okay. That makes sense. So he's going to pull up. He's going to fuel up. And then his next target should be the pickup. Nope, he's just going to plow through. Okay, he does not care. He does not care about the fuel. So yeah, that is strange. Why was that? Because I forgot to put the fuel condition in there. There we go. Then off he goes to the pickup. Okay, interesting. That looks like he's picked a route there that goes through the station. I'm hoping the train system in this game is smart enough when there is a train there that he goes, nope, I'm not going that way, and goes somewhere else. Actually, it should be, yeah, they have pathfinding, so you should be able to do that. It travels through there. It's going to head across, travel through that intersection, past the foundry, across the bridge, and he pulls in at Mark 2 speeds. And there we go, he gets loaded. Awesome. We have a train system for 2 science packs. That's really cool. Okay, how full are you? Ooh, he's actually filling up. He's almost ready to go. Let's go set this up again for the next station. So once again, we go through the same steps. This one's going to be a little slower because blue science is probably one of the worst, probably the worst science pack in my opinion, just because of how long it takes. Oh god, where are we going to load this train up? What the? Science is coming up the top. I could flip them around and then have it load down here, maybe? Yeah, if I continue this train line down along here, and then have him pull across into there. And then return to this point, that could work. Otherwise, I'd have to make the blue science travel a long way up north, and then we... Yeah, that's not going to work because we've got an elevated track. We can't do that over water. Purple science loads here. I think that's undisputable. I think that's a pretty obvious one. Why are we flashing? What are we... Oh, long arm inserters are missing. Okay, we can fix that. Yeah, all right. I might build a station down just here, an artificial little station port thing here. So if we continue this down, And then bring it across diagonally. Nope, I'll bring this down a little bit more, and then we can bring it across diagonally. There we go. Oh, oh, come on. Oh no. Connect, there we go. These, see what I mean? This rail placement system, it's really cool, but it's also really finicky. Yep, there we go, that's what I want. I want it a little tight, but not too tight. Don't take that out of context. I'm getting clipped. It's a little ugly, but it'll work. Oh, that's not fun. I'm gonna have to go there and fix that up. Clipped and shipped. Uh-oh. At least it's not a sound alert yet. Okay, what I might... No, I'm going to run this across, and then what I need to do is just to stay in consistency, working on that now. Uh-oh. I need to turn this into an elevated track. And then that comes across. And I think we're just going to run... Yeah, let's run this just all the way across the whole area. The whole... Hang on. No, I'm not happy with the fact that this doesn't line up correctly. Oh, really? Well, okay then. I guess we're forced to do that. Now we enter the part of the stream where I'm just bumbling around and making mistakes. Wait, isn't that the whole stream? Isn't that the whole channel? And that comes around. This is going to be a little bit of a bigger job than I thought. We are making good time still. Here we go. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this again. This comes around. Then it's going to crash into here and sever the power lines, which means we're going to sever the radar network. No, actually. Because it's grid. So we're safe. We're saved! We're saved, chat! We're saved by an ad break by the looks of it. Come on, charge, charge, charge. There we go. Charged. Charged up. If I run this all the way across to here... Something like that. That gets us across the water. And then we can continue this. All the way up to here. How did I just... Wait, I can sample the drones? Okay. Did not know you could do that. Okay, this brings around, and then we got to turn this into an intersection. Which we know we love our intersections. Does that travels down? That travels up. But then needs to turn around. There we go. This then needs to turn around here. Nope, not there. Turn around there. That looks better. And that needs to connect up there. I think that's correct. Yep, that connects up there. That goes that way. It goes that way. Oh yeah, we're getting good at this. Sweet. Cool, okay, and then we can come back over here. Let's put some blocks in. And here's the scary part. We need... Oh shoot, yeah, we disconnected that whole power grid. I think I can fix that. Like that. Now, I need to delete... Okay, here's a cool mod. So I need to delete the landfill down here. But I can't because the elevated rail's in the way. However, with this little mod, toggle elevated rails, I can turn them off. And now I can delete the landfill. Look at that, and then I can turn them back on. That's really cool, thanks to the toggle elevated rails mod. Something that I think should be in the base game, absolutely. Now, over here, this is traveling... No, that's traveling east. So the loading station... I want the loading station on this side, which means we need the train to come from the east, traveling west. So if we split that off here... Something like that would do. Then we just run this all the way across the water. And then join back up there. We can grab our train signals again and block that off. Nice. I don't think I have the landfill to finish this job. Oh, yeah, not quite. But I definitely don't have the landfill to be able to complete the next part of the job, which is train loader. So that's where the train loader is going to go. Yeah, okay, I need some landfill, but then we can put a station down here. Where's the stations? Boom, there. Cool. Okay, let's go grab some landfill and we can finish that off. That'll be blue science ready. I'm getting excited, chat. This is actually working. This is actually coming together. Now, since this is going to be a very big block of land over the water, I'm going to grab the full... I was going to say the full 12,000, but it looks like we can't fit 12,000 in our inventory. I'm going to have to get rid of this wood. Which our little wood making factory cycling plant thing, yes, lives up here. There we go, wood. Would you kindly? What's your mech armor setup? It's... Okay, hang on. Bit of context. It's not quite mech armor. My mech armor setup was this, with some reactors in there. My current setup is this, with the Power Armor Mark IV Legendary, and Exoskeleton Mark IIs, and Mark II Personal Laser Defenses. I kind of just went all out on this, just so I can, like, get a little ham on this. But yeah, that's crazy. So that comes from the Power Armor Mark III mod, which gives us Power Armor Mark IV. Yes. Mark IV mech, yep. It got to a point where, like, I was just spending all my time running around the factory and not actually building, so I just thought, I'll just install something bigger and then fit some upgraded exoskeletons and call it a day. Which does pretty good job with all the lasers and everything at taking everything out. Granted, the Personal Laser Defense Mark II only gives you, okay, it's only, but like 30 plus 426 from the research bonus, but 30 damage compared to wait, hang on, 10 damage versus 30 damage. So that's the difference there. And then the rest of it comes from the laser research. So you could very much still use regular lasers, but yeah, everything else just comes from the equipment grid size. Yeah, that's pretty effective. Just means I don't have to swap everything out as much, because that got kind of tedious and annoying. Where am I going? I'm always getting lost in this factory. It's not good. I forgot to get the long arm inserters, but that's okay. Boom! Look at that placement go! Oh, that is satisfying. Wait. Come on, bots. Come on, bots. You can do it. Okay, cool. We need to hook that up to power. Nice, and then we can do a train. We can block this. Nice. Okay, so this is going to be a blue station. This is going to be our mana potion. Mana potion Omega pickup. There we go. And then we need to go build a train for that as well. And I need to flip these all around. The horizontal flip is not going to work. Oh, this is tedious. Autosave. There's probably a faster way to do this. Actually, yeah, it'd be cool if you could do like a Shift V or something like that, which then just flips the entire belt line horizontally or vertically. That would be really cool. Little quality of life. Like, there's so many quality of life features in this game, but there's still potential for more, which is kind of beautiful when you think about it. You know, you have a game that can just be endlessly improved. I should be doing this from the map. Why am I even moving around with my mech suit? Okay, there we go. That should be all of the belts flipped. And then we need to bring this down. This is where things get yuck because we only have one output for this. So I need to run a splitter for the time being. And then split this and bring it over to here. That should jump across into this balancer. Yep. What's going on here? Flip that. There we go. Blue science is on its way. Yeah, that's going to be a very, very slow trickle, but it's done. It's working. While we're here, let's go do the same thing for the purple science. Which is over here. Yeah, okay, so how are we going to do this? I need a huge train. That's traveling north. Could do the state. Nah, okay, let's do the station down here. So this is going to pull out. Come all the way down here. And then probably just connect back up. Like that. I think that works nicely. And then we can block that. Have it loaded on the north side of the purple factory opposite the blue. Oh yeah, you're right. That could be aesthetic. Do you reckon... Do we just mirror it? Like if we... Do we just mirror it like that? Oh, cannot be flipped, but do we mirror it on that side or do we move it over this way so it's closer? What do you reckon? Mirror it could be work. Yeah, okay, let's do that. Unfortunately, I don't know why we can't flip the rail. But, yeah, that might look aesthetic. So if we bring this across... How many across is this? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Yeah, good idea. I like that. That is a very nice idea. Yeah, the train station in the print. Is that what it is? Now, I think it's just blueprint with rail signal. Oh, wait, yeah, with rail signal? That's weird. So if I take... I don't know, if I take this... Because it's got some signals and I try and flip it. Yeah, I can't flip that. It's a signal that causes it. That's weird. Why is... I guess, yeah, because they have to be on the correct sides of the rail to set the directions. That makes sense. Unfortunate, but I guess that makes sense, yeah. Do I have enough landfill for this? Probably not, but that's okay. We can grab some more. And once again, we can quickly grab a little train loader. Really? The train here is complete. Oh, my testing blueprint world has run out of fuel and it's alerting me. That's pretty funny. Okay, there we go. So that's mirrored. And we need to get power across. Actually, that'll sort itself out here. Ooh, 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 ooh. Can we jump that? Yeah, we can. Nice. This is turning out really cool. Oh, yeah. Okay, then we gotta finish that rail off. I'll do the same thing on the other side. Yeah, then I corrected that already. I think that was what was going on. This signal is annoying me. I'm getting rid of you. Okay, apparently getting rid of a locomotive doesn't tell other trains that there's still wagons on the track. That's... We're learning something new every day. That's interesting. Did not know that either. Okay, there we go. What are we missing? Obviously a train. The train stop around here somewhere now? Nope. Okay, let's make a train stop. Whoa. Whoa. Rail signal must be built next to rail. That is a rail. Game, hello? Is that not a rail? What? Huh? What is this thing trying to do? Oh, okay, I got it. I got it. This thing's on the wrong side. This is an eastbound stop. Whoops. There we go. Eastbound. Change the color. This one's going to be purple. This is our grape juice omega lol. Omega lol. Omega pickup. Sweet. Okay, that's all powered. Let's go. Oh, actually, no, hang on. We need to bring the science across. Probably gonna have to split it again for the time being until we get the rest of the packs created. Nice. Purple science is heading downwards. We don't want it to head downwards anymore. We had the bright idea of heading it upwards. Shouldn't be doing this, but I should have just copy and pasted and flipped, but I'm just going to be lazy and do it this way. The lazy option is the slowest option. And slow and steady wins the race. Isn't that right? Ah, you see my logic? Most sound logic in the known universe. Looks like we need some more red arms as well. I'm gonna have to go grab some. Now, how many of these are there? Okay, there we go. And then we can run this all the way up. Wow, that's a long belt. I don't think it's our, oops. Don't think it's our longest, but that is definitely a long belt. Nice. Okay, cool. So that's the grape juice coming through. That'll run all the way down here and then get split and distributed into the chest. Nice. Let's go and grab... There's a nice amount of blue science coming through. It's almost a saturated belt. What would be missing from that? Oh, just long arm inserters. That might actually sort it out. All right, let's go grab those red boys. How's everyone doing? Anyone playing Factorio right now? Anyone doing any cool stuff? Red arms, red arms, red arms. Grab some of those. That should be enough. Surprised you don't have the fast long inserter mod. So, this is going to sound really... This is probably going to be a really odd thing, but I am trying to kind of stick to the vanilla design of the game, as in like the vanilla buildings and stuff. So you'll notice that for the most part, all the functional buildings I still have vanilla. I've got some components and things that are not vanilla. They're like upgraded from vanilla. For example, like we went a bit nuts with the fusion thrusters on this particular ship just for the fun of it. And we also got the upgraded storage bays and things for the cargo pad. But apart from that, all of the functional buildings in the game I've kept at vanilla. I will probably... My idea is that once I complete, you know, kind of the final vanilla goals that I have of, you know, the 1 million science per minute and the shattered planet, then I will probably experiment with going all out crazy with things like extended qualities and, you know, the extra inserter mods. Rest in peace, the purple inserter. You'll be forever remembered. But yeah, what the other inserter types are on my agenda, on my list of things to add to the factory once we finish the primary goals. There we go. So the long inserters should be working now. Makes sense. Yeah. I mean, we still get the legendary long hand inserters, which do swing pretty quick. Well, actually, they swing a little bit faster than normal bulk inserters or fast inserters, so that's an option that we do have access to in the vanilla settings. But like the things I have upgraded from the hey Vic, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Welcome back to the stream, I should say. I have deviated from vanilla a little bit with things like the atomic artillery shells, just because we had a massive artillery setup, and then I got to a point where I thought, no, let's have a bit of fun and add some more carnage and ridiculousness to it. Which, speaking of, I might turn on... Yeah, I might send the artillery train somewhere else once we get that science online at the end of the stream. Just to have a bit of a fun send-off to the end of the stream. That'll be fun. I've just said the same words like 3 times in the same sentence. I am so good at yapping. Okay, but that's all the science trains ready. At least the 3 of them. Or the 4 of them. So, now I just need to assemble the trains. Which we have our locomotives here. We run... Actually, should we connect... no, actually, that connects down here. That's fine. That's perfect. Locomotives. On the way. Very big, long way. You have the stations set at the labs. I don't, but they should be easy to set up. Man, this is a huge factory. Okay, so I'm going to set this up here so we can get fueled up really quickly. There you go. There's one. There's the head carriage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1. Nope, that's the wrong way around. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, and 3. That should be it. So there's 5, 5, 5. No, wait, hang on. I forgot the back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Okay, so there's the train. This is the blue train. Actually, what I can do to save on us having inconsistencies. Where is it? You can actually right-click copy the station and left-click paste it onto the train, and it copies the colors across. Ooh. Okay, interrupt. Fuel Omega. Then we need to set up the station like you pointed out. So this is... Wait, we didn't actually place it. Dang it! Haven't even placed it. No! Go do that real quick. Oh god, and we gotta place all this too. Ooh. Ooh. Come on, bots, can we move please? Time to go. Yeah, I'll leave them to it. Alright, where's that train stop? Here we go. So this is going to be... Damn it, I just copied. Copy you. Paste you there. This is going to be... Oh, actually no, hang on. That's not going to be it. This is going to be the blue science. I'm going to do it in the order that the sciences exist at, which is military first. So this one's going to be the military station. I'll leave that empty for now. This is going to be the blue station. This is going to be Mana Persian Omega. Okay, cool. And I think that should be ready to go. So if we set up the train now, you're going to pick up from Mana Persian Omega. Why can't you reach that? Empty cargo, full cargo. Go. So you can't get to Omega. Why is that? You can go along there. Oh, right, of course, because I haven't actually set up the track yet. Ah, we got to set up the track lines. Okay, let's do that. Do I have landfill? Yeah, I do. Cool. I think this was, yeah, we did a thing here. We were going to do elevated tracks because they're cool. Oh, and then I can run this all the way across here. Bit of a storm brewing. And then we need to continue this line down. For whatever reason, I decided to keep it going. Yeah, let's bring the other rail line across. No, I'm out of tracks. Damn it. Okay, well, we can still build it up from the map. From the map. And then I gotta figure out, I think we can do a diagonal. If I set up a train line here. We can curve that around. Yep, nice. And run this on a diagonal and join that up with this. And this will probably become one of the main lines that every train likes to peel off from. I say likes to peel off from. It's not that they like them, it's that they've been told to. Train slavery, train rights. There we go. Fight for the train rights. Train slavery must be abolished. There we go. So that's going to be that section. Then this needs to reconnect. Like that. We could probably even afford to bring that around like that. But not for this. Okay, maybe we don't do that. Okay, so that's that connection. Then we need to do the same here. Yep, something like that. Bring this across. That can drop early. That can't drop early. That has to come all the way out here. Train line goes down there. Ramp goes down there. Nice, sweet. Yeah, we'll just run over the oil. I don't think we care about that much oil anymore. Might actually just make things a little easy for us and just run this up. So that's the one off ramp that deals with all the trains on this segment. Nice. Yeah, I'm liking this. That's going to be, that's 6. I'm going to leave it there. We can deal with the rest of them later once we get the rest of the science connected up. Yeah, okay, we need rails. Rails, do we have landfill? Yeah, we got plenty. Okay, rails. Let's go get those rails. We're so close, chat. We are so close to getting this online. Nope, that's landfill. Rails. It's probably more rails than we'll need. Oh yeah, that's right. We need to upgrade these chests to legendary. And these aren't powered. Oh, yes. Okay, we need to power them up. Something I hadn't even considered. we go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and 3. And we can cry now because we are now out of legendary wooden poles. Not to worry, we got more where they came from. Oh! Oh! The science is happening. That's starting to split. Ooh! Oh god, frame rate. 26 and falling. 24. 23. It does not like the stacked items on those belts. And that's all. Oh my goodness, this is working. It's working. Something I built is actually working. Yeah, so that's going to head all the way up and around. We're definitely going to need more belts and tunnels and things. Yep, especially here. But then that's going to head up here. And the final challenge, once we get those stations and everything unloaded, is plugging everything into the labs. That's going to be the final challenge. It's working. Your FPS isn't though. No, that is absolutely true. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we also need to get radar coverage back online here because I would very much like to zoom in and kill my frame rate. That would be very fun. Yeah, hopefully inserting everything into here is not going to be as nightmarish as it was back over here. This was a total mess. I think it's going to work better over here because I've allowed some gaps in between each one of these sections, each one of these buses, so that we can actually run the science packs all the way across and then do a little merge into here. So that should work a lot better. It looks so satisfying, right? It's so nice. It is such a good grid, such a good block. I'm very proud. But I'm definitely going to need to grab some more parts to finish that. Oh goodness. Holy crap. 14 frames per second. And that's just with one science pack. Wait until we get the green ones in. But the train is not empty because it needs to empty up here. Yikes, yeah. This needs to upgrade. Need to upgrade those chests. There we go. Now we need to pick up some more chests as well. That's easy to do. What am I missing? Just belts and a whole bunch of rails here, which we can now place. We're almost there. We're almost there. And then it's just going to be a matter of tweaking the actual production rates until we get that million. There we go. There we go. Okay, let's finish this rail off. Okay, you know what? What if we just continued this down through here? Is that going to crash into the power lines? Nope, looks good. We can get rid of this section here because we're going to be doing our off-ramp somewhere else. Bring this down. And I need to rejig this a little bit. Let's do this. Let's do this up again. A bit of a shame about the power poles, but that's okay. We can live with that. What is the size of the trains? Yes, absolutely bonkers. I will show you in a sec. Probably too good for their own good. Too big for their own good, rather. That needs to connect up there. That connects up there. Can we then bring this back in the middle? Yes, we can. Okay, nice. That's a lot better. Ah, here's a train. That's how big the train is. There you go. So we got 10 locomotives and 20 cargo wagons. And they are legendaries thanks to a mod that gives us quality cargo space in them. And that timing was perfect. Uh-oh. Oh man, has Blunt Force Trauma done this again? Yeah, he has. Okay. I have this problem where this ship sometimes ends up overfilling with promethium chunks and then it can't pick up the biter eggs that it needs, so the biter eggs end up just sitting down here in the spaceport, hatching and damaging the spaceport. We need to fix that when we redesign the spaceport as well. That's the wrong ship. Thankfully we have this cheesy little infinite storage. Cheese. Where these machines actually have an internal inventory size of infinity. This is a vanilla thing, by the way. It probably will get patched out at some point. When you erase the recipe out of the machine, it dumps all of the ingredients that were in it into like a separate output inventory so that it can get moved around so that it doesn't just spill everywhere. There we go, that's emptied it up, and we can actually weaponize that. We can take advantage of that. There we go, so then that'll get back to making stuff. Cool. Somebody just died. And I don't know where that nuke went off. A nuke went off somewhere and I don't know where it is. Alright, unaccounted for. Okay, there we go. That's an intersection. A little bit of an ugly one, but it'll work. For our massive 20 wagon trains. Ooh, okay, this needs to move back a bit. This connects up and then comes around. Nope, that's hideous. Why are you doing that, game? There you go, that peels off. We can do another train block. Can we fit another one here? I think we can if we get rid of the trees. No, we can't. Okay, interesting. Interesting. There we go. That's all split up. That's another train line done. All right, what are we missing now? Just belts, I think. Belts and tunnels. Oh, and steel chest, of course. We can grab those. should probably finish this off as well. Okay, still a few more things to do. Okay, get rid of these cliffs, get rid of these trees. I don't know why I keep ending up with these gaps. I'm always holding Control Shift when I build these, so I'm not sure why they don't completely place the whole lines. There we go. Sweet. Nope. It's a bit finicky, this placement. Alright, and that should be the last of this rail. Once we come all the way up here and finish this off. There's a gap in the top rail. I do not doubt you at all. Where is it? Got a gap here. Probably some more missing spots. Oh, there's missing spots here as well. God, that's everywhere. Top rail, you say? Yes, there's one here. Good catch. Good eyes. Okay, that rail's done. Let's head on down here. Finish. Oh, well, that's a big gap. And that's another big gap. Why are there so many big gaps? Am I out of cliff explosives? I'm out of cliff explosives. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? You know what I say to that? Who needs cliff explosives when you have artillery nukes? Because believe it or not, nukes also act as cliff explosives, albeit a little bit excessive. Oh, wait, I missed. Wait, hang on, we missed. Let's try that again. When you're too lazy to go back and get cliff explosives, and so you just send nukes instead. We still got a few bits of landfill around as well we can get rid of. Here we go. Problem solved. And now I can hit the undo. Put all this back in. Yeah, look at that. Problem solving at its finest. Yeah, I'm hoping that's everything ready to go. I don't think there's a gap there. Nope, there's no gap. Okay. Let's go and grab... Yep, let's go and grab those belts and tunnels, and we can finish off the train loader. And then we have the exciting job. Oh, and we need some poles. Okay, we need some power poles. Need some chests. And then we can plug in the whole thing. We can plug in the biolabs. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Okay, we got some legendary poles in here. Legendary chests in here. And then we got tunnels, belts. Yep, we're gonna need a lot of these. More than that. Oh, more than I can fit. Okay, sure. Not unhappy building. All right, take care, Ninja. Hope you have a good rest. I'll catch you in the next stream. Here we go. So that's going to take a little bit to fill up. Now, before I continue with the plugging in-ification of this, I want to place some radars. So taking a look at where the existing radars are, that's a radar there. We head straight down to here. We need to place a radar somewhere about there. So what I should do is zoom right into here. We add a tag. I'm gonna just give this the radar tag. Stick that there. Oh, frame rate. Whoa, what's going on here? Why do we have coal? How the heck did we get coal? Okay, I gotta pick that up. I think it would have come from the rocks. Yeah, from the rocks we destroyed. Yep, that's not fun. I hope none of that is gonna end up anywhere else. We should be fine though. Maybe there's a piece hanging around back here somewhere. No, it looks good, it looks good. We're safe. Alright, let's get that radar coverage sorted. So we got some fish we can put back in the lake. Whoa, speed modules are going in. Game's finally figured out what to do with them. Radar. Where are my radars? Down here. So we said it had to go somewhere right where I'm standing, pretty much. So what I'm going to do is just place one of these beacons with it. There we go. Probably not the most optimal placement, but it'll be good enough. Then we can do the same thing out over here. Radar's got to go down this way. Out where I'm standing. There you go, there's coverage. And I can head down south and do the same down here. Onto this line, which is, yeah, pretty much where I'm standing. Nice, and then one more down over this way. Boom. We have full radar coverage of the biolabs. That is really, really cool. Okay, so the next thing we need is to start plugging these things in. Although, what's going on here? This hasn't connected up. Ah, yes, because we need those poles. There you go. Poles connected up. So now I should be able to copy this and then paste it here. That's going to be our power sorted. Oh, what happened here? There we go. This is insane. This is ridiculous. All right, let's get the green train going along. Where is our green train anyway? Hey? Where's that green train? Oh, he's in transit. He's going the long way around. And some fuel as well. Okay, so that'll happen eventually. Let's get the next station sorted out. That's the military one. We want the blue science here. Sure, okay. Blue science. You need power. Okay, there we go. There's some power lines. This is so ridiculous. Okay, there's power there, power there, power there. You're not connected. There we go, that's better. Power! Awesome. Nice. Okay, that's the military science station ready to go. This is almost the blue science ready to go. Chemical science, I believe it's called. Nice. That's the blue science. Oh my goodness, the green science is here. Holy. Oh my goodness, that is awesome. Now, I have noticed they're not complete saturated lines. I think we can solve that by upgrading the inserters into higher qualities, because they're just standards at the moment. Otherwise, if it does end up backing up by the time it reaches the end of the lab rows, then we don't have to necessarily worry about that. Which is the ideal situation. Because I don't have very good access to quality, whatchamacallits, to quality stack inserters. Ooh, we got the first packs loaded in. Ooh, okay, the next thing I need to do, because I know I've made a mistake, I need to check and inspect every single lab to make sure that they are loaded. Because I have goofed up somewhere where some of these lines have ended up with... some of these have ended up with incorrect placements of the belts and stuff, because I accidentally flipped some of the blueprints when I was placing them. So I just need to double check all of that, but that row looks good. We're about to get some higher science going. Hey, Christmas colors! Oh, that is really cool. That is really, really cool to see. All right, so the next thing we can do is figure out... I think if we just copy this... for every single biolab, I should really parameterize this. Not parameterize, I should really grid this up. I'm lazy and I don't want to do math right now. I say as I play a pretty math heavy game. Anybody have days like that where you just don't want to do the math in Factorio? You just wing it? That has been my entire playthrough. It got us this far, so it does prove that you don't necessarily need to be good at math to be able to beat this game and go above and beyond. Brute force always works, is the lesson I'm teaching people, and whether or not I should be teaching people. Don't listen to me. Brute force works, but it's not the best way to do things. Oops, that's on the wrong side. I hope I haven't screwed this up. You guys would scream at me if I screwed it up, right? You wouldn't let me go all the way through with this and then realize at the end that it wasn't right? Right? Okay, and then we need a bunch of blue tunnels for the belt weaving. And then it's time to do our benchmark. So I'm going to start queuing steel plate productivity. At our current rate of productions, this should cap out at about 95,000. Maybe 97 if I've done the... Yeah, I just did the productivity research, so that probably will go up to 97,000. There we go, it's climbing. Continuing to climb. So that's all coming from our old lab setup. 93,000. Oh, yeah. 99,000. Okay, looks like it's capping at 99. It's probably on the brink of 100,000. That's all coming out of this lab, which is pretty good. This lab here is significantly smaller than this. So if that's doing 100,000, this is definitely going to break past 1 million. Which is a little scary, actually, now that I think of it. I might have overdone this. Proves my point. Brute force is not always the best way to do things, but it is a way you can do things. Okay, guys, come on, stop. That's enough speed modules. Okay, yep, that is frame rate. That is frame rate and dropping. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Happy New Year. There we go. 5.4 FPS is what this is giving me. Oh, that's terrible. Wait until we get the rest of the science going. Oh boy, okay. So I believe the blue tunnels are down here. Yep, here we are. I'll just grab all of those. 6,000's way too much. Does your comp sound like a jet engine right now? Thankfully, no, thanks to the cooling solution I have on it, which is just your run-of-the-mill AIO, but big fans. But the temperature synced RGB on it is turning a redder shade of orange. So, yeah, it's definitely having a bit of a hard time here. It is, granted, it is a 13900K, so it can take it. which should be able to take the load. But this is just a stupid amount of items. I'm surprised they don't batch the sprites into a stacked sprite. I suppose they couldn't, or they could do some real-time caching, and because they, yeah, there's probably ways to optimize the rendering. There's the developer side of me talking there. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Now it's just a matter of plugging all these belts together. So if I remember correctly, no, I don't remember correctly. Let's get this right. Actually, I suppose it doesn't matter what order I get it in. Okay, so we got red and green in here. Gray and purple, no, gray and blue need to go here. And then purple and yellow go here. Followed by... Is that right? No, hang on, there's a science pack missing here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's more than 10, are there not? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, hang on, I'm missing a belt. That's not right. There it is. There's the missing piece. Crap. Oh man, I'm gonna have to plug that in everywhere. I have to do this 80 times. Can you believe it? We have 80 rows of biolabs. Not 80 rows. Yeah, 80 rows. Yeah, 80 rows. This is crazy. I really should have gridded this up. What am I doing, bro? There's definitely going to be mistakes in here. Oh man, I can't even see through the tree line. Oh jeez. The trees. Not the trees. Okay, I think we're nearly at the top. Yep, there we go, there we go, there we go. Just a few more left. Here we go. The last one, yes, 80. Let's go get those placed down. There we go. Okay, so we have 12 inputs now for every biolab. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 2. Red and greens, gray and blues, purple, yellows, white, orange. I think orange comes first. Yep, and then green, lime, pink, dark blue, black. I think that's it. So now comes the fun part you've all been waiting for. Of wiring every single one of these. Oh god. This is so stupid. That plugs into there. This is probably going to be the most time-consuming part of this stream. Plug those in. Am I out of belts? I'm probably out of belts. And I don't think there's a fast way to really do this, unfortunately. Manual labor is probably going to be the answer here. Okay, I can run the whole bus up. And then we can probably copy this. And then stick it onto the top of this. Like that. That's probably the only way we can really speed this up. Why do those not have stamina potions on the belt? Because we don't have enough stamina potions, I think. Wait a sec. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't know where you came from. Now let's have a look. Stamina potions have not come through because... yeah, I think we just ran out somehow. Ah, because some of them already got balanced and went into here, maybe? No, hang on, there's no green potions there. Good point. Where's our train gone? He's getting loaded up. He's almost full. Which means the buffers are working. Oh! Ah! Right. I see the problem. You might have just seen it too. Yeah, that was way too many undergrounds. We actually don't have all of these installed, and I've just noticed now this is actually not aligned correctly. There we go, that's better. And then I can set this up again. Copy the colors, paste them back here. This train... pick up. Wait, what? Oh, no. No, 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 the game's done this to me again. No. Why is it stuck on the 2-tile grid? Oh, that's painful. You know what that means. No. Oh my god. I have to move the entire loader. Never seen that before. Yeah, so a really annoying problem with this game that I do have a bone to pick with is the fact that rails and the train stops are stuck on a 2-tile grid instead of a 1-tile grid, because that's just how the rails have to work, because they're big. And a result of that is, yep, here we go, the nightmare begins. The result of that is the fact that you have to get your placements right on the rails before you can then attach everything else. Which, as you can see and imagine, is a real gosh darn pain. then stuff like this happens. Oh god. Please. This is gonna... Yep. Welcome everyone tuning in to Factorio. To help my inventory is dying simulator. What mod set is this? It's basically vanilla, just with a couple of extra, like, minor mods, like, inventory grids on trains, and a few other tweaks here and there. I could probably show you the whole list of them. I'll just do a quick scroll through here. A lot of these I haven't actually used, but most of them are just aesthetic or minor tweaks. There you go. Oh god, yep, my inventory is dead. Neat. Yeah. Also, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day or evening. Whatever time it is. Time zones are indeed weird. Let me pray that I haven't made the same mistake here. Looks like that's good. Oof. Yeah, that train's aligned. Nice. I suggest 3 to add disco science, disco lasers, and disco thrusters. I've seen those. Disco science, does that support the biolabs yet? Because I remember hearing somewhere that it doesn't, I remember seeing somewhere that it doesn't support the biolabs yet, but they might have patched it now. Disco lasers I had for a bit, but I'm currently running the custom glowing mod, whatever it's called. Glowing lasers, I think it's just called. 4 PM in Melbourne. Oh, yeah. No support for biolabs. Ah, okay, yeah. We still have labs in the factory, but they're just not in use. This is my original factory that's still alive and kicking, still producing us inserters, among other things. The disco thrusters I'll take a look at though, that sounds fun. I'm just a spinning... Am I a Beyblade now? Starter base preservation zone, yeah, pretty much. I get sentimental when I don't like removing things that I used to build. I like keeping things as memories, although all this is going to go next week in favor of a new, better design now that I know what I'm doing. Well, I know better what I'm doing. These guys are all out of charge. Have we successfully moved everything around? Yeah, it looks like we just about have. Then we gotta grab a bunch of belt. Actually, we can keep drafting this up. So if I copy this and then scream because I'm getting alerts. Let's copy this first. How long has the save been running for? Quite a while. This is currently on 591 hours and counting. It is post-end game. I've now got a ship trying to get to the Shattered Planet. Oh yeah, this was the lighting mod I was talking about. So because this thing is far out into deep space, it's dark. And that's really cool. But yeah, this is our Shattered Planet ship that does not make it to the Shattered Planet. Proud crowning achievement. But I do plan to return to that soonish. For the very least, to get more Promethium. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Pain. It's painful. My inventory. Why am I carrying legendary engine units? Oh, because of the locomotives we were building. Had a new mod a while ago, Crastorio, that's fun too. Yeah, I've heard good things about Crastorio. Or K2SE as well. I've got some of my Discord server members are eagerly awaiting for me to try a space exploration playthrough. That'll probably happen at some point. Basically automated my whole base using a train grid and LTN. Yeah, I'm looking at logistic train networks. I'm kind of considering having a play around with it at some point. Because of some ideas I had on how to stop all this from happening with the drones and the migrating transcontinental. And yeah, the whole logistic train network idea might actually be the solution to that. This is going to take forever. Why did I do this? Why did I make such a bad mistake? Whoa. Who just died? They just died. If you do decide to give LTN a shot, I would suggest pairing it with the LTN Combinators mod. I mean, yeah, okay, that sounds reasonable. I will take a look at that. Thank you for the suggestions. I'll probably take a look at that next week when we go and rebuild the spaceport. I don't know if I'm going to rebuild it early next week or late next week, because we still have to make the yellow science and the military science. I still have to tweak the rest of the sciences we do have to try and make sure they get us up to 1 million. Okay, here we go. 98,900. That looks like to be where we currently are at. If I research productivity one more time, that's probably going to go to 100,000. Your base is sick. That's a massive bite of presents. Oh, yeah. Can we dump it in crate? Probably. But yeah, that's I'm actually empty. What happened to my power poles? There we go, that's powered up. We need one more belt. Actually, a few belts. Right, okay, now we can move this across. And finally finish that up. Once these guys finish charging. Yeah, the biter presence was tuned up because I thought when I started this playthrough, I'm like, I was kind of fresh to the whole this and space age thing, and I thought, I like a challenge in games. How hard could it be if I cranked the difficulty up? And so I did, and it was quite difficult for quite some time. Now, not so much though. Now that we've finally come and conquered everything. I've had a lot of fun. I have really enjoyed this game. As much as it seems like I don't when painful things like, oh, this happened. No, I really like this game. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, nice. And that'll come around, fill up. And I can scream again because we're doing this shenanigans once more. And we're done. I think we've successfully moved over the entire train loader by one tile. Oh, that work. Okay, cool. So that's filling up. All the other stations are good to go. So I think now all we need to do is fill the rest of this in. Before we do that, let's quickly make sure that this fish doesn't spoil. We got an hour left on the clock. So let's come back to our little starter pond and fill it up. We need to add a route to train. We will for the other trains, yes. Do a quick fish count. What are we at? 47,000 still. Okay. Yeah, we got to get the other 12. The blue train's done. It's just the purple train that I need to... Actually, I need to build the purple train. So let's do that real quick. As well as grab some more landfill, because we're definitely going to need it. And I'm going to shove as many of these tunnels as I can back in. Because we're done with them. Okay, train assembly. Here we go. Grab our big locomotive up the front. And then our legendary wagons. 1, 2, 3. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then our locomotives. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. And lastly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Go grab that purple. Right click you. Do I have purple at the station? Actually, I don't even have the station here. We gotta sort that out. Run the purple across here. Nice. All nice and colored. So this is going to be grape juice train. Omega train. Grape juice omega train. Because that's what the purple science jars are actually made of. Grape juice. And the grape juice is made of rails, electric furnaces, and productivity modules. Always check the labels when you buy juice in stores, kids. Never know what you're putting in yourself. Okay, so then we need another one of these. Oh, hang on. Let's align this properly. That goes there. These guys are having a bad day. Why are you not... oh, because we're out of belts. Oop, nice. Paste that there. Change this to grape juice omega. Cool. That's all sorted. Then we just need to upgrade these chests. Probably do the same up here. Except we're out of chests. Nice. That's what we want. Okay, we need power up here. Which means, can I grab you? Yes. Okay, that plugs into there. That plugs into there. Plugs into you. Plugs into you. Okay, cool. Power pole time. Heck yeah. I love seeing power zots. That's what we want to see. Because for some reason we're not connected to the power. Ah, there we go. That's why. Might as well wire this one up too while we're here. Most uneven placement of power poles. All right, there we go. That gets all that connected up. This is going to be grape juice. That'll be the pea jars. I think... Oh, wait, hang on. Here we go. Mana potions are through. Frame rate is through the floor. I apologize for the stream quality. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So we should be able to continue this. Let's... Oh my goodness. If I copy this and then paste it in line for the next lab, I think that's it there. Yep, that looks like it. And then I should be able to do the same here. Is that in line for the next lab? And we can run that... Oh, autosave. Run that across. Run that across. Yeah, yep, this is gonna work. This is gonna work, chat. This is crazy. Has anyone else in chat tried a 1 million science per minute goal before? Am I encouraging you to give it a shot, or am I scaring you off with how ridiculous amount of work we have to do for this? Okay, I think we're nearly there. Probably a few more belts. Yep, okay. Oh my goodness. I want to say that's the connection point. Yep, there we go. That lined up nicely. I'm gonna have to go grab some more cliff explosives. I can't keep using the nukes. No, wait a minute. I can use the nukes. Because we haven't placed anything yet, so I don't have to worry about destroying anything. Saves us a bit of time. We don't have to go and grab cliff explosives. There we go. Problem solved. We'll fix that up later. Oh, we missed some. No. Alright, we'll patch that up. I need to go and grab some more belts and stuff as well. Oh my goodness, building this is going to be a nightmare. Can I finish off? No, I can hardly see at night. Okay, let's go and grab some belts and just keep building that. Laziness is the path to the slowest way to achieve things. The slowest path to victory. And as we all know, slow and steady loses the race. Beacons, I think I already had a bunch. Yeah, I don't need that many. And then I need belts. Now I'm full, so I don't need that many belts. I don't need that many tunnels at the moment. We need stuff. What do I need? Cliff explosives. We need some of those. And then I need... Why am I brain fading? I need some replacement labs. Dump wood. How much wood do I have? Oh, we can get rid of that. We can also get rid of the stone as well. Somewhere. One day I will sort through this, chat. One day. I probably do need some of these to replace what we just blew up. Dump the wood back in here. Make us some more legendary. Damn, we only made like 20 from that. That was from the last dump. That wasn't too good. Oh god, frame rate. Oh, another autosave. Autosave in the middle of the frame rate problems. I love these, but imagine if we didn't have these logistics robots or these construction robots. Imagine how different of a game that would be. Would we be playing it this much? Wow, we're out of belts already. Okay, jeez. Okay, we need more belts. Let's continue along with this. A scathing critique of Satisfactory. You're referring to my comment about the bots? Because I also did leave a Steam review from the time I played Satisfactory, because I enjoyed the game until I didn't. It got to a point where things started just becoming a little bit too tedious. My biggest pain point with Satisfactory was the blueprint system. Miles behind in terms of convenience compared to Factorio. And I wasn't particularly impressed with their whole response of like, aha, get good, you gotta fit it in the box thing that they made for you. That I wasn't too impressed in. Satisfactory already has a mass delete tool, just reverse it and make it a mass copy tool too and remove the blueprint. What's the I don't remember the mass delete tool. Maybe I used it, I just can't remember it now because it's been so long since I played. But I just remember the blueprinting was terrible. Especially when you had to place down a lot of, like, you might create like a module for your manifolds with a whole bunch of machines and things, and then you pasted them all next to each other. But then you had to go in and connect the belts up as well and the pipes. Oh, that was not fun. You can delete one building, but you can also hold control or whatever and delete multiple. Oh, that, yes, yes. I do remember that. Wait a sec. Something's going a little wrong here, chat. Something's gone a little awry. It is a shame we have to build over this whole uranium deposit. What I should do is delete the trees. Nope. Okay, whatever. Actually, easiest way to delete the trees. You guessed it. Like a Factorio style copy and pasting masks another limitation of satisfactory. So slow to build in. Few players ever run out of resources. Resources are in fact quite limited. Yeah. I mean, you get the unlimited ore deposits, but then there's a limited number of ore deposits. So there is a theoretical cap as to how many items you could actually produce at any one time. There were some things that Satisfactory had that were good, like the dimensional storage was really nice. I liked that. There we go. Trees are cleared. Do wish we had something similar to the dimensional storage here in Factorio. I mean, there's mods. That's the other thing too. The mods are just so convenient to install and probably even to make too, compared to. Watch a few Satisfactory YouTubers who build really big buildings, but before they've built anything, they've had to ask the question whether they actually have enough ore nodes to build that. Really? Okay, that's not good anymore. When you have to ask that question every time you build something. I mean, okay, a solution you could have for that problem is just bigger drills, right? With more output ports. Like if they added more tiers of drills, that would probably solve part of that issue. Maybe they make the biggest power station ever, but then there are no longer any ore nodes. The solution is simpler. Okay. In-game artificial ore nodes. Okay, yeah. There's a sort of space survival game that I played a while ago called Empyrean, where when you actually depleted the ore deposits on the map, asteroids would come down and crash land on the planet, and then you could mine those. So that's also, you know, an idea you could do. Cost of enormously expensive resources, you can create an ore node. Yeah, you could do that. I mean, you have the sloops, right? And then you get your productivity module in Factorio, so that's kind of another way to increase the amount of resources you can get. If there are more sloops, or you could manufacture sloops, then that would help as well. You have to make infinite power shards, yeah. It's been a hot minute since I played that game. In-game infinite ore nodes would effortlessly fix the ore node limitation problem. Yeah. I'm surprised they haven't gone for like... What the hell did I just do? Oh, I tried to zoom out while holding Control Shift to build stuff. And that has just caused a disaster. Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't gone with like a DLC route and done like map expansions and things like that. Actually, like the Meteor idea as well. I thought of something similar. Well, another idea is mining out of the ground, like space. I've seen a little bit of space exploration. I think there's like these big fissures that you can find in the ground, and you can build special drills that just mine infinite resources out of that. So you could maybe have like there's the parts in the map on Satisfactory that go into the abyss. You could maybe do something like that where you get more resources out of the abyss. You start the game and every 30 minutes or so a meteor with a random ore node crashes down. Yeah, you can do something like that. Or, you know, they can do the whole... They can take a page out of Factorio's book and do a space exploration DLC, where you can send ships up into space and mine asteroids and bring the ores down that way. Especially, yeah, as a post-endgame thing, once you no longer have a use for the space elevator, or it's an alternate use for the space elevator, you can bring stuff down. That would be cool. How difficult that would actually be. It shouldn't be too difficult, honestly. Depends on how they want to approach it, but like if it's just arbitrarily sending a ship or a drone up, then yeah, that can come down. Not actually building full-blown ships like this, because that was pretty complex. Like it's basically a joke, but much of the development satisfactory more than the map and ore nodes. They've got the infrastructure set up. Yeah. They've got the systems done, so expanding upon that shouldn't be too big of a nightmare now that, you know, they've gone through the process of making the rest of the game and the systems. Making more maps might actually be easy. Yeah. Well, depending on, I don't know how well their map streaming system. Okay, well, after using the hypertube cannons to jump across the map, their map streaming is actually not too bad. It's more of a question of how can they optimize every machine and tile on the map like it does in Factorio. But yeah, you could just either expand the map or add more parts, but then making more maps is another thing they could do as well that you travel to. So many ideas. They could definitely take it any direction they want. Just the question of, will they? Optimization is issue and people want to make bases big as yours. I think the map simply needs to go. I think there's ways they could do it. Replace with Minecraft as of that world. Well, they have an advantage actually. Their advantage over Factorio is that ores never deplete. So all they need to do is pre-calculate the inputs and outputs of every single. No, jeez, I've got problems here. Blunt force trauma. Why are you full again? All they need to do is pre-calculate the inputs and outputs at every point in the map, and then cache that, and then when you leave, they've calculated the final input and output at every destination point, like a chest or a train or whatever ship needs to travel between maps, and that's just the final number that just gets simulated and ticked, because of their advantage of everything's a fixed rate. Nothing really fluctuates in that game. That's definitely something they could do. Wouldn't be too difficult to optimize it that way. I mean, okay, you look at Satisfactory, the scale of everything in that, the number of belts and things, Satisfactory's processing, like the amount of stuff that Satisfactory has to process, pales in comparison to Factorio. Like, you look at how much stuff happens in Factorio. So if Factorio can handle that many tile entities and things ticking all at once, Satisfactory's got plenty of headroom to do more. As, oh, whoops. Yeah. Biolabs, I don't need that many biolabs anymore. We can chuck them back in. Commands, yeah. I don't know how much of that you caught, but I was basically saying, like, Factorio can handle so many tile entities and things. It can tick so many entities. It ticks so many more compared to Satisfactory, which means, you know, using similar optimizations, Satisfactory probably could handle a lot more than it currently is. So there's definitely room for them to expand and improve on that. And then they can do their expansions. That'd be awesome. And not one to turn down some expansions. Satisfactory's greatest optimization, no inserters. Satisfactory's one of the most annoying parts of Satisfactory, though, however, is items getting stuck in the tiny little gaps between the spline nodes of conveyor belts and the little input ports of your machines. That drove me nuts, trying to get that to work correctly or trying to pick items up. That's very frustrating. Yeah, that drove me nuts for hours. Probably several hours cumulatively over a playthrough. That was very annoying. Like, it would be nice if they had something like Factorio had, where you just press your collect button and it picks up in a certain radius. Something I did like very much though was what was it called? The Awesome Sync. I thought that was an epic idea for incremental progression. I definitely wish they leaned a bit more into that. I think it's fun though. I feel it's a bit cheaty at times. Well, I mean, Factorio previously didn't have the recyclers, so there was a bit of a challenge to get rid of excess items. The sync kind of just made sense there. Now we have recyclers, we can sync items. But yeah, I do get what you mean. And overhaul mods that force you to make use of essential byproducts. Yeah. You know, the problem is when you make a mistake like I did, and then you end up having to dismantle things, and now you've got millions of items that you don't know what to do with. Requiring a factory to be an interconnected mess. Oh wait, so you mean like this mess? This absolutely bonkers nightmare of a mess. I don't even want to look at it. Yeah, I need more belts. I don't have nearly enough belts. Got more fish though, that's cool. Imagine a factory produces iron plates, but as a byproduct it also produces oil, and that's the only way you can get oil. Okay, yep. It's kind of like similar to the scrapping or the wholemeal in Factorio. Or the the advanced oil processing. You need iron plates just as much as you need oil. Compound that like 4 to 5 times. Yeah. It really comes down to the ratios though. If the ratios don't match up, no pretty factory is an island, the whole thing has to work as one. Yeah. If the ratios don't match up though, so like you end up with more of one or the other, then you will eventually need some way to get rid of one without using the other. Flexible enough alt recipes. Yeah, yep, that works. That is, oh yeah, that is another thing I really liked, was the alternative recipes in the exploration part. That is something I thought they did pretty well. Finding the hard drives. That was fun. That's always possible to balance things, yep. You just got to make sure that the player has access to the recipes that you can use to balance that before they get into too deep, because then like if you unlock the iron and then the oil byproduct recipe early and then you don't have the things that consume the oil until much later, then yeah, that becomes a problem. But if it's an alt recipe, then yeah, that definitely works. I think they actually did that in some parts. Okay, here we are at the end of the buses, and we have this problem where, let me do a quick count here. 80. How did we do that? Oh my god, he reached the end of it. Yeah. We have a problem. It's not all suns and rainbows and butterflies right now. Somehow Oh, hang on. What's going on here? Ah, okay. Yep. I think this is the part that I was dreading the most. But let's not think about that right now. The problem is somehow we've ended up, hang on, let me do a quick count. Somehow we've ended up with the scenario where we have 2 belts left. No, 1 belt left, which means I've missed a single belt somewhere. We have 1 belt left that needs to enter this lab. We do a quick count. We have 80 labs. We have 80 labs here. I just created a blueprint, god damn it. And then if we come across here, we have 80 belts. So we have the right number of belts, we have the right number of labs, but I've somehow incorrectly connected something here. There's one, which is not good. Very, very, very not good. And I don't think there's an easy way to spot it. Oh, hang on. What's going on here? Oh god, okay, this is the part where I started screwing up. This is as close to finding a needle in a haystack as you can get. Yep. I would agree with you there. Okay, that's flowing through. Aha! Found it! We found a chat. There's the problem. I had a missing port that hadn't been connected up. Okay, there we go. And then we need to erase that, rejig this whole thing up. There we go. That should basically be it for this belt, and then we can do the same for the purple, but it has to be done a little bit differently, which is something I am not looking forward to, but we must do it. We must press on. There we go. There's the missing belt. Okay, and then we can bring this around. And that's sorted. Woo! We did it! We connected up 80 belts of science. Oh my goodness. Yep, my fans are starting to kick up. It's not liking this. It's telling me to stop. It's telling me to stop. Get some help. To that I say no, the factory must grow. Okay, so that's that. Now we need to do probably a similar setup, to be honest. We need to send belts into here. Future will be entirely text-based factory games. Screw graphics. Be entirely LLMs. Oh god, I don't want to think about that. That's a bleak dystopian nightmare. Okay, this needs to connect into that. That's the blue. That'll be the blue and the gray science. Eventually. Come on. Man, it takes a long time for them to travel. There we go. It's all connected up. Beautiful. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is... I think we could... Ooh. I think we can actually copy this entire stack here. You arrange the colors of your silences in a pleasing arrangement. Not in a rainbow. I've done them in the order of appearance in the game. Maybe before we continue, yeah, maybe we should think about that. Should we do... Alright, chat. Should we arrange them in a rainbow? Actually, that's not really going to work. The true neutral approach, yeah. I just did this, basically. I just put them in this order. I don't think a rainbow is going to work. Wait, no, hang on. A rainbow will... Nah, a rainbow's not really going to reach across that, unfortunately. As fun as it would have been. Yeah. I don't think a rainbow... Yeah, we can do, like, red and then orange. But then it's just going to be red, orange, red, orange, red, orange, and you're just going to see this red, orange thing. Then we would do yellow, lime, which is going to look a bit odd. Actually, we could blueprint this up here. Hang on. We copy this just for the sake of experimentation. Let's copy these. Copy this, paste at the end. Creating dithering graphics in Factorio, yeah. When your belts are so dense, you zoom out and they create banding artifacts. And then we can copy this. No, we can't use loaders. Hang on. It's got to be one of these. Why am I spending so much time on this? I just want to see how this looks. If we do red science there, orange science here. Okay, and then we connect up some tunnels. This will be interesting to see how it looks. Yellow science makes orange science. Yes. That'll be much easier probably than going to Vulcanus. And there we go, and there we go. So then if we copied that... Instead change this to yellow science. Then lime science here. How does this look? McDonald's science, yeah. Hashtag sponsored. Okay, there we go. That's not looking very yellow, is it? That's more of a putrid green or an apple look. Let's copy this again. What about black and white? Yeah, we can try that at the end. Okay, that's green, and then probably chemical science next. Then this will be dark blue or cryogenic. And then purple. And then after purple comes... Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I missed one. Oh, the gray. Yeah. We're making a rainbow. I just figured it out. Yeah. Yeah, we can do pink. Oops. Let's do pink. I just wanted to see if it would actually look like a rainbow, if it would just look like a mess when you zoomed out. I think it's just going to look like a mess. Do the gray science there. One pink missing. Ah, yeah, good catch. Thank you. And then we come around for 2. Yes, good catch. We come around for the final one, which will be black and white. It's funny there's no brown. They were not prepared for a turd science pack. Diarrhea science. Okay, then we can connect these up. Oh, actually, I think I've got them around the wrong way. Yeah, I got them around the wrong way. Okay, yellow has to go on the bottom. Agricultural has to go on the top because they insert onto the opposite side. There we go. I don't think this is looking like a rainbow, chat. I mean, this one here kind of is. But I think that's just because it's got the bright colors. Okay, there we go. And then this needs to flip around. It's looking fun. All these colors everywhere. Yeah, I wonder what the preview thumbnail is going to look like for people tuning in. What's this guy doing? Actually, that's actually kind of working. Swap these around. This might actually be kind of working. It's like a somewhat dirty rainbow here, I guess. Okay, and then we got the nut milk and the cola jars. I mean... What do we think, chat? Does that... It's kind of there. Well, that's just taking the literal colors with each other. But if we tried to play around with, say, the additive colors because you zoom out and the aliasing. If we played around with moving these around, I think this is a total waste of time. It's probably not going to work out too well. Okay, so that's that. And then we had the orange ones here. That probably just got rid of too much yellow, maybe. Yeah, that's not really red enough. That's too orange. Yeah, that's not going to work. Damn. Alright, whatever. We'll leave it. Leave it the way it is. So if we should just be able to copy this whole design. Frame rate be damned. Oh my goodness. Chaos Ross, yeah. We got a happy little belt over here, and we got a... I don't actually know how I'm going to do this. Hang on. I might need to copy these belts first. And then... Oh, jeez. I cannot zoom out far enough. This is... No. Reached the limit of the map view. Yep, we certainly have. Damn. Unless we turn it into a blueprint and then set the origin. Yeah, can we do that? No, we can't set the origin. That's really annoying. If we could have done that, that would have been very convenient. Woob, you listening? There's more things you can put in the game. What if you find the middle point of where it would be? Yeah, actually, good point. I could... Until it turns blue up the top. I don't know if you guys can see the 1 pixel. I'm playing on a 1440 display and then downscaling that to 1080p. That works there. So if I plonked it in... is that wreaking havoc down here? Not quite yet. Okay. So then if I made it blue and then shimmy across, see, I'm not the only one who downscales to 1080p. I say it's good enough to see anything on native. Yeah, I've been on 1440 for quite a while. I used to be a 1080p. Actually, I used to be a 1920 1200 gamer, and then I moved to the monitor I have now quite some years back. It's a 1440p display at 165 hertz, and I can't go back. I had a 4x3 monitor until like 2018. I mean, yeah, I still have some somewhere. Some 4x3s from back in the day. No, I just never threw away, much the same way that I don't throw away this old factory. Okay, so that might have worked. So then if we paste this thing in such a way that we can line up the tiny ass pixels, oh god. I'm going to cross my fingers and hope this is it. There we go, game's frozen. Oh boy. Okay, did that work? Did we do it? Did we just do that? I think it's working. Gamer moment. I think we just did it. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think we just did it. I think we just did it. That is cool. That is very low frame rate. Holy. Then I should be able to just copy this and shimmy it down. There we go. Now it's just a matter of holding shift and dragging these lines across. I do need to get rid of these. These are not meant to be tunnels, but yeah, that's it. Now we just got to run that across a few times. Except I'm out of belts. Oh god, how many belts is this? 40,000 belts. Do we even have that in the network? Where do I check that? Here we go. 274,000. I don't even know if we have enough belts to finish the whole thing off. We have enough to finish the science packs that we're after. Oh no. Conveyor belt 40k. Oh no, I think I might have goofed this up again. Yeah, okay, I did. Oh. Hang on, no, that's okay. We can fix this. Chat, I can fix this. Sitting there, what do you mean he needs another 40k belts? He was just here 5 minutes ago. Oh, the mall, yeah. I think. I wish we could nudge. I wish we could nudge the blueprint. That is another advantage that Satisfactory did get. I think I just need to... Wait a minute, what am I doing? That needs to travel upwards. Ah, right. Okay, yeah, I know what I need. Yep, I got it now. I got this, chat. Believe in your favorite streamer. For he sees the answer. As I lean all the way into my monitor to try and see the pixel. Come on, 1 pixel. It's just one. There we go. There we go. Boom. Yeah, that's connected now. And if we have a quick look up here, that should be connected up. Yes, we did it. Oh boy. Oops, nope. There we go, yep. Holy moly. This is insane. Okay, cool. I'm gonna need more belts. I'm gonna be right back with more belts. It's gonna be just a massive square of belts by the end of this, a tapestry. Oh yeah. Yeah, just imagine this just all the way up here. It's gonna be a big chonker. Actually, you know what this reminds me? This reminds me of those sorting algorithm videos you see on YouTube. On YouTube. You see the ones that go. Colors of it might look interesting. Yeah, yeah, that's definitely going to be one to look for. Okay, here we go. Can your computer even handle copy and pasting 2 of those spikes at once? Yeah, when I copied this whole setup from my blueprint here, it froze for like 8 seconds, I think. It was pretty crazy when I copied this whole thing. Which was 300,000 belts. Absolutely mental. Okay, we need these belts. Do I have enough landfill to place them down? No, I don't. Okay. Let's get rid of some of these other items now we don't need. You in there. You're full. You can go in there. You can go there. You can go there. I'll just throw them all in here for now. I'll pick them up later. Legendary components can go back into here. Let's dump the fish. We are being environmentally conscious through this playthrough and saving the fish by putting them in this lake. Here we go. What's the count now? 49,000. That's no lake, it's just fish. Yep. I want to see if I can fit 1 million in there by the end of this playthrough. That is my goal. And I think a nuke just went off. Yeah, another nuke went off. Oh god, frame rate. We are actually going to have to do one more spike. So if we can set up the next belt, which is this middle one here. Yep, that middle one. So that's got to travel through here, which has to travel through there. Like that. I might keep it consistent. Yep, okay, let's do that. Cool. Okay, and then we need to get the next set ready to go. So that's going to be... That's going to be this. Copy that. I realize I've accidentally caught some power poles in there. Can I turn off the alerts, please? Actually, no, I need the next set. Hang on. That goes into the first lab. This needs to turn and peel off. So then the next set then comes in. Here we go. Nope, I don't have a guideline. Okay, hang on. I need a guide marker. So this is in the middle there. That's in the middle there. Oh, I cannot see that. I can barely see that. Okay, hang on. That should connect up there. I think that's connecting. It's so hard to see. If I click that, game freezes. Yes, yes. Okay, hang on. And then if we run this across, it should plug straight into the middle one. Yes, yes it is. Ooh, okay. We're doing this. We're succeeding. We should be able to copy this and paste it down. There we go. Now we just need a crap ton of landfill. So that's 3 connection ports. The science rate has gone down. Yeah, the purple science production was not great for the original lab, so that's why that's suffering. The 21,000. Landfill. Okay, that's not enough, but that'll do. It's something. This train's filling up again. These belts act as a crazy amount of buffer as well, I just realized. UPS is starting to drop below 60. Oh, it might just be a frame rate problem though. That's fine. Okay, there we go. The first blues are going in. How much blue do we have ready? Hardly any. Yeah, we definitely got to increase that blue production. This is not enough. Okay, well, the ingredients are fine. Are they reaching? The engines are not reaching all the way down to the end, though. Which is not fine. Oh, wait, that's because they don't actually connect. Okay. So we could actually increase production there. That's easy. I suppose we could get thinking... Oh, actually, no, we got to start plugging all these in. Okay. They're plugged in. Let's plug these in. Easiest way to do it, I've found, is to go backwards. Just holding shift. You can just plug in like that. I have to do this 80 times. And then 4 more times of 80. There we go. Be nice if I could turn the items off so I don't have to render them all. Make this a little faster to work with without the frame rate issues. Actually, this is faster. This is much faster. You can just drag along. At least until they go off the screen because the map is so bloody big. The build is too big. Yep, my CPU is not having a good time. Okay, we're nearly at the top. We're nearly there. We've almost done 80. Here we go, over the uranium, through the trees. I hope that's going through the trees. I don't want to nuke that. No, I can't afford to nuke that. That's going to get rid of too many parts. I shouldn't even be thinking about nuking trees. That was stupid. Okay, there we go. So that's the blue and eventually the military science hooked up. That is a lot of trees we got to get rid of. Then we got to get the purple connected up. The purple. Fancy purple. Okay, how are we gonna... Oh god, this one's gonna be trickier because it's not gonna fit on the screen. So I will have to move back and forth, but this is the middle one, which is that one there. Okay, cool. Why would trees choose to settle in the middle of a 1 million science per minute lab setup anyway? Exactly, they should know better. They should have done their real estate research first and known this is a hotspot for engineers. 3, 4, 5, 6. Hotspot the entire planet, exactly. 7, 8. Oh, come on. 9. 70 more to go. 11. 12. 13. 14. Actually, it's getting a little easier. It's getting a little faster. 15. 16. 17. 19. 20. Nope. 21. 21. That's an old meme. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. Count with me, chat. 29. 30. 31. 32. I just realized you can't count with me because of the latency. 33. 34. 25. 6 a.m. I lost the ability to count 3 hours ago. Damn, have you been up all night? That's crazy. Yes, not even sleep stops for the factory. 50% done. There we go. I've lost count already. I think that's 32, 33, 34, 35, 34. This comes across 36, 37. I just noticed that needs a repair. 38. And I can't see the rest of it because the trees are in the way. Lots of work done though, that's good. As long as you're still having productive days. My god, the low frame rate. That's better. Okay, well that's ticking off. Yeah, we are still missing quite a lot of parts. This man builds a base like this with biters turned on. Yeah, I sure do. We're going all the way in. We ain't chickening out of combat. Although I don't think they're I think they've chickened out of combat. We need some landfill to be able to finish that off as well. Okay, that's fine. We can connect these up. My god, that's a long belt. I accidentally, yeah, I did. I'll just be like, I think we should improve Narvis somewhat, engineer, yet you continue to live on Narvis. I should give you a demonstration of the nuke artillery train. We are due for one. I do kind of want to get this done first. How many belts do we have? Okay, we're out of belts. We're basically out of tunnels as well. We're out of landfill. We're out of everything. I might stock up on just landfill and try and get this finished up. Oh god, frame rate. How many more of these do I have to plug in? That many. Oh god, okay. That's how far we're going. $40. $41. Life to universe and everything. $43. $45 because... Oh jeez. Because I missed the one in the middle here. 44. $46. I've definitely miscounted. We're more than halfway. Okay, here we are, here we are. Oh, and then I have to do all this again 3 more times for the rest of the belt. I probably won't do that today, since we don't even have the science ready for that. So we still have military science, yellow science, and white science to satisfy. So the next stream will definitely be getting the yellow science and the military science done. And then white science is easy, but it's going to require a new spaceport to be able to handle all the deliveries. So we're going to have to redesign the spaceport. Which is something I am looking forward to. We got some more fish. We can go put those in the lake. Little starter pond. Looks like a little petri dish, doesn't it? Looks like my biology class. Yeah, let's grab that landfill. Let's try and finish off the landfill first. Yeah, there's 36,000 landfill. Yogurt I left in the fridge last November. Where do those robots come from? They've been trying to catch up with me all this time. Whoops. What's had a jar of mint? Once. Put away in 2017 or so, but it expired in 2004. Holy. think I've got some stuff from like ancient ago, but 2004 probably not. I was too scared to open it. you got you got yourself a radiological specimen there. Food's so old you can carbon date it. Well, the worst is when you buy things from supermarkets and stuff and they don't come with expiry date labels. The best before labels. Especially of those, like, not the main chains, the discount ones. The food, not the worst food expiration story I've got though. Uh-oh. Do share. It's story time. This was, I used to live with a guy who had a peculiar habit of buying milk opening and then buying more milk. Oh no. Do you know it was a habit, or was it just they wanted to make cheese? Cheese. There's a sound alert I need to get. Just have these open jugs of milk in his room. Uh-oh. Would they spoil? Like 30 of them. What? All spoiled. No. It's like... It's oh my goodness. There was a haze. Oh no. Oh damn. Gotta scrub it off the walls probably. Damn, that's crazy. 30 of them. Reminds me of Asmongold and his room and all the soda cups he'd have. The rationale was that he had a really poor throat due to improper tobacco habits, so he would drink milk to soothe that. Okay. Take a few sips and then get distracted by something, and a few days later it had gone off, so he'd buy some more. He'd get distracted long enough that it would go off? Holy... That's crazy. Did he spend all the time in the room, or was it just like that he'd be in there maybe once every a day or a couple of days or something like that? Very troubled man. Okay. He'd be in there all day. Damn. Yeah, that's crazy. Robot building ASMR right here. Started ripping up the floorboards because it was convinced there are people hiding underground. Oh no. Second story room. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Managed to get very far, thankfully. Hopefully not as far as another floor, right? This is almost done. We just need a few more thousand belts. And I still have a few thousand belts on me. That's good. Nearly done here. Fun stories are so much fun. Indeed they are. Yeah. I like sharing fun stories. Grandmother was rather bad at cooking. Can't be worse than me, I burnt the water. Found food based on the length of a TV episode. I mean, yeah. She bought some carrots that came out burnt. Ooh. The number of times I've made toast. Hey, Eisenfaust. Welcome back. Thank you for the raid. Thank you, thank you. Hello, welcome everybody to the stream. I love toast. Yeah, I was gonna say, the number of times I've made toast, gone to like the bathroom, come back, and there's literally smoke billowing out. And setting up the smoke alarms. The number of times I've done that, I don't want to admit, but yes. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Hope you're all doing well. Do you not have a regular toaster? Oh, I do. I just forget and I forget that sometimes. So some of the toast that I have, you get the crust, right? And some of them are burnt. And so you got to keep an eye on it. Not burnt. What am I saying? Some of them are curved. And so they catch on to the... they sometimes catch onto the little filaments. And then they char. So you got to keep an eye on it. And sometimes I forget and I go off to do, you know, a little toilet break or something, and I come back and they're just not doing well. Or sometimes, you know, what are they, the raisin toasts? Yeah, toast with little raisins in it. It's nice and sweet. Go really well with butter. They cook real fast because of the extra sugar content. And sometimes I forget, and I've got it left on the setting of regular white bread, and so that just fries. Let's get white bread, yeah. I kind of mix it up a bit. Hope you make it a 1 million today, heading to bed, but I may lurk a bit after I get ready for bed. Enjoyed your laser video recently. Ooh, thanks for checking that out. Glad you enjoyed. Probably won't be getting 1 million today, but we have finished off setting up the lab, and I'm just getting everything connected up now for the first few science packs that hopefully will be being delivered, and we can get the first bit of science research operational. We're nearly there. Probably a few more streams worth until this thing finally hits 1 million. But an absolutely stupid amount of belts has gone into making this thing, and it looks like I'm out of landfill again. Yep. We still got enough belts. Have you played with the destroyer capsules some? I have a little bit. It was in one of my recent videos. I think it's the one where I finally got legendary mech armor. I had a brief stint trying them out. They're good, but I think the personal laser defenses are better when you spam them. These little guys are fun. You kind of sling them around into bases. What it doesn't beat though is the nuclear artillery train, which I think for some fun we might send around in a moment. Especially while we wait for the other things to craft, the landfill. These are good with enough research. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm at 24 at the moment, which is giving me 1400% extra damage. Remember that earlier? Nuke train is crazy. Did I show you it in full action, or did you just see the couple of shots I showed you the first time? Because it finally got operational. The full thing. 900 artillery shells worth sit on this train, and they just go crazy. In fact, we could even send this down to artillery site Rev Prime now. The Spidertrons? No, I haven't really used Spidertrons, to be honest. I'm kind of lazy. I should really try and make some more of them. I have one who just sits here and then just sits there forever. Asking the biters for the location of the rebel base. Here we go. This thing feels like a Death Star, honestly. This is one of my favorite pastimes, just because of how stupid it is. Demonstration of this battle station will loosen their tongue. Exactly. They won't know what hit them. See all these? Not for long. Okay, then we park the train. And then I can get out of the train map view and then get into the full map view. Here we go. Fire! Bye-bye. You can see the craters going splat everywhere. Is this legal? Oh, yep, that was bright as the sun. Yep. This is crazy. And just take it in for a second when you realize we have 100 in all 9 of these artillery wagons that are set to legendary. Legally, it's questionable. Morally, no. Personally, I love it. That is an insane trade. It is awesome. And then you just see the dots disappear on the map. Oh, that never gets old. So what I've got is I've got a whole bunch of stations lined around the whole map that then they go around to and just let loose until eventually I can get this. You can probably briefly see this range of the automatic artillery is going to just get wiped out by nukes. Little speckles added to the map as well, which are actual craters from the nuke. Yep. We've just got nuke craters everywhere. The funniest part is all the way... Okay, so that's all the way down the bottom there. And I'm all the way up here. And thanks to the improved mushroom clouds mod, you can hear the low rumbles. You can hear low rumbles from the distance. Wait for it, wait for it. Yep. There we go. Well done, mod dev. Hell yeah. Need to install that mod that adds artillery trains. So the artillery trains are vanilla, but the nuclear artillery shells, the atomic artillery shells is from Atomic Artillery Reborn. And then the mushroom clouds have been redone with a overhaul mod, which I'll grab you in a sec. If only Factorio was 3D, you'd be able to see it from the horizon. That would be awesome. Funnily enough, the UPS absolutely tanks. If I have a quick look, I believe it's the settings, mod settings. Mushroom Cloud Reborn is the mod that adds the explosion sounds in the distance and the better looking mushroom clouds. Man, that was a lot of biters. Keyword was. So I was originally using, well, originally I just had the laser wall. I had myself as well running around and lasering everything, and then I discovered artillery. One of my viewers told me about artillery, so I built an artillery train. And then after a while, I kind of thought, no, let's go a little silly. Let's be a little stupid with this and increase the destruction by adding these atomic artillery shells. And I am so glad I did that. This is hilarious. A good detox from all the building. Anyway, that is going to slow us down for a bit, so I'm going to send that back to the artillery base. So that's going to pack up and leave. Factorio is great with mods. It is. It's a classic. Yeah, building like this is not going to be very good. 10 UPS. 10 UPS, and then how many frames per second can we drop that down by looking here? Oh boy. I haven't yet industrialized Vulcanus, but that is an obscene level of tungsten you just spent. Thankfully not. I did have a tungsten supply and a whole tungsten chain here. Yeah, I had tungsten getting delivered, and then that would come around here, and I had a whole artillery base. This used to be the old setup when I used the original artillery, but I've since turned that off because... where is it? SPF, it can chug, lol, yeah. How many seconds per frame you mean, I think, yeah. It's not frames per second, it's flames per second, my poor PC. These things don't actually use tungsten, thankfully. They just use explosive uranium cannon shells and atomic bombs, which in and of itself is a bit of a process. So I've got a bit of a Covarex facility here. Named Site Manhattan as we build all the nukes. And that train is going to be on its merry way. And there we go, we cleared all those dots off the radar. Yeah, that is awesome. That does not get old to me. Okay, so we need landfill. I'm not sure how much landfill we need. I don't think there's an easy way to tell because this counter here doesn't really capture everything. How much of this has been built? Oh, okay, cool, plenty of it. Alright, heading to bed. Thanks for the fireworks before sleep. Yeah, all good, man. Glad you enjoyed it. Take care, get some sleep. I'll catch you later. For the rest of us, I need to fill that in. That's landfilled up, that's good. And then I need some more landfill. 3,000 in there. I just had an idea, Factorio, but you play as the biters. Against an AI building a factory. Or, okay, hang on, an even better idea. Yeah, you play as the biters. As like an RTS, you know, a real-time strategy against a player. As in a little multiplayer mode. That would be cool. Yeah. And then you have this whole, you gotta spend your evolution points to build bases everywhere. Adds F. Rip. For everyone else who's not through ads, this is Frame Rate City right here. Do we have enough belt? No, we don't have enough belts either. Dang it. Okay, well, how many purple science packs are we able to get through here? Have you played Blues Tower Defense Battles? I have, yes. Didn't play it much, but I have dabbled. That but Factorio. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that working. Could be fun. There's you send waves of biters to your opponent's bases. Yeah, and then you can expand your bases as well around to try and surround them and things like that. Strategically overwhelm their defenses. Could be fun. Have you guys heard of, there's a mod that some madman out there is making for Minecraft that turns it into a top-down RTS. That's impressive. Honestly, like I've seen some gameplay footage of it. It's still in development, but it's crazy what people can do with that game. Sounds impressive, yeah. And the fact that like you just plonk down entire buildings to build like a little village and stuff, and then you have the fences and things that then take out mobs as they spawn. Using the vanilla models for villages and villages. Yeah, they are. Because it still places down as blocks, as if it's, you know, the normal Minecraft, but it's like as if you're using like World Edit or something to place it out. It sounds great. I want to try it one day. Hang on, what's going on here? What the heck has happened to my circuits? Okay, we got a little zigzaggy surface on there that looks interesting. UPS will be down for a little bit since we launched those nukes. First I played Age of Mythology once in like 2006, sucked at it so hard that I've been terrified of the genre ever since. I never used to play too much of the genre. I think my first foray into it was probably Spore. They had some game modes in that played a bit like an RTS. I enjoyed that a lot as a kid. And then later I moved on. Now the only RTS I play these days is probably Stellaris. I'm in the awkward position where I have it on disc and you don't have the disc drive. Yep. I'm in that boat too. I have Spore on disc, but I can't plug it in. I want to rebuy it on Steam or whatever. You can get USB disc readers though, I believe. So you could do that. Which, yeah, would provide a little bit more utility than just buying the game again on one platform, one game, instead of just being able to run all your discs again. I want to just find an old abandoned PC with Windows XP and use that to play it. Yeah, that'll work too. I need some tunnels. I'll grab that. I need belts. And obviously I need landfill, but we don't have enough landfill. Waited a bit too long. The Windows XP computers aren't in the scrapyards anymore. Yeah. Trendy retro PC coffee shops now can't afford them. Oh, damn. I hadn't even thought of that. Oh, hang on. These are plugging in. Yes, they're plugging in. Okay, can we get the purple signs to plug in? And where the heck is our purple train? Purple train, where are you hiding? He's not even there. Where's... Oh, we forgot to set up the purple train. Whoops. Whoops. Okay, you gotta pick up from Grape Juice Omega and Grape... Yep, okay. This is empty. This is full cargo, interrupt, Omega. Yep, cool. Yes, words. Go. Go, 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 go. Told myself now I won't buy X thing on release. I'll wait till it's a bit older and cheap. Now X thing has stopped being cheap and has started getting more expensive again. Man, we all wish that we just bought into it when... Have you seen the price of gold? Have you seen the price of gold? That has doubled in the last year. I think it's got to do with the whole AI and RAM and stuff going up crazy like that. But it's literally doubled in price, I believe, in the past year. That is crazy. And then, of course, Bitcoin when it first came out. Imagine if you bought 1,000 Bitcoins. And then now... It's not that the gold has changed. I think we've just gotten poorer. Maybe. I kind of imagined it was just the demand was going up. I mean, that could be true. Inflation and all that. Yeah, imagine we bought 1,000 Bitcoin back in the day and cash in now. Oh my goodness, you'd be a billionaire. Almost even a trillionaire. It's crazy. That stories of people desperately trying to recover passwords for their old laptop that had like 1 Bitcoin on it. Oh no. Here we go. This is all plugging in. Nearly there. Here we go. Last bits of belts plugging in for the purple and blue science. Ah, okay, and then we just need to fill this in. So let's continue heading down. 1 FPS autosave, yep. Uh-oh. Oh, the train has stopped. the train stopped and found some targets. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Science is coming through. We're sciencing. We're sciencing. Oh, we're at a landfill. Okay, how much more landfill do we have? Not enough. That's okay, there's plenty of belts to be placed over here. You can hear the rumbling. Oh, that does not get old. Oh, how many are going off? It is a little wasteful the way that it sends 2 nukes after the 1 target. The ambience, yeah. Ominous. Yeah, I imagine these nukes are heading for this base that has been eradicated since. Yeah. So it is a little wasteful, but hey, if you've got the resources to spare, why not? There we go. These are the last of the belts for the main buses. Which means that purple train should be just about ready to come around. Except, where have you gone? Into the fueling stop. Ah, yep. Okay, fueling stop first, and then it's going to head to the pickup zone with nukes flying over its head. Hey, what? What are you stopping for? Oh, there's another train coming. Oh, that's cool. First nuke is to kill the biters. The second nuke is to clean up the evidence. I love it. That's a good one. Okay. Are you... What? Huh? Who's on this track? Or did I forget to... Oh, right. I forgot to signal it up down there. Okay. Easy fix, easy fix. The train that's sitting... The nuke train that's sitting at the nuke station is still connected to the rest of the train network because I haven't signaled up that area. That's what's going on. Should be a very easy fix. Like that. That should do it. Could even block this up a little bit. Here we go. Train's coming through. Beautiful. Gonna get your fuel stop. There you go. Off you go. He's gonna go and pick up our science packs. It's taking a long way around. Oh, do I not have a route? I might have to build some more train routes around the place just so that they have some better pathing opportunities. Probably need to make whatever this is a bit nicer. You know, there's a red train. The red train's coming in. Damn, this is working. Oh, that's cool. Train passes straight through. The greens have just departed. Nice. Reds are now joining up. Chat, this is working. I'm actually so happy this is working. Through he goes, through the main factory area. It's alive! It's alive! Oh shit, what's going on in the spaceport? No, not the tank! Not the tank! Not the storage on wheels! Oh, autosave. Oh no, the agricultural science is spoiling in the train. Oh well. Bzz. Oh, blunt force trauma is full again. Right, okay. The spitter just hit the spaceport. Yep. Yeah, okay, that's gonna empty out. Here we go. That's emptying very slowly. Once that comes through, we should be good. Should be good. Yeah. Now we got space to bring the biter eggs on board. Off they go. Cool, okay. Now that that's sorted. Purple train, where are you? You should be sitting here now. So is the blue train. Nice. Okay, but the purple train is... Oh, hang on. What happened to our purple science? Huh? No rails? No furnaces? What happened? No stone? No steel? No steel because no modern iron. No iron because no calcite. Why do we have no calcite? What's happened here? I know what's happened, I think. Yeah, let's check. Okay, we need another train to deliver calcite. Easy fix. Locomotives. And then some cargo wagons. I think we can just expense some standard ones. We'll just do a 3-carriage one. I think we only have 3 carriages here. Yeah, we only got 3 carriages. Okay, cool. Let's copy the settings of another calcite train somewhere. Copy you, paste onto you. And then you need some fuel. Do I have any fuel? Nuclear fuel, that'll get you started. And off he goes. Hopefully that's gonna saturate enough trains on the train network to sort that out. In the meantime, let's just send this guy over to the next stop. We'll do the same with this guy. So what I could do is I could set up a secondary condition here to say inactivity, get going. But I'm hoping that eventually we'll have enough output here that it won't need to wait for inactivity. It'll just have a full and an empty cargo inventory and off it goes. Which is why I haven't gone ahead with the inactivity condition. We also had issue with production of blue science. Yes, we did. They were not getting engines coming across here. I will go fix that another time because I need to also basically just copy this a bunch of times. But now that we have 4 science packs coming along, we should be able to wrap up the first test of the new labs. Once we get the final bit of... Oh, we've run out of stone on this drill, finally. Once we get the last landfill in, we should be able to get the final belts plugged in and we should be good. Look at the little legs run. Nope. Okay, up we go. So we're waiting for this area here. I think that's... Oh god, frame rate. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's so bad. Oh my goodness. Okay, we got a missing belt here. So that's blue science. That should be coming through in a sec. There we go. There's more blue science. There's the purple science. Actually, we got to finish these belts off real quick. Yes. Nice. There we go. Grape juice is going in. Oh, we still got some missing tunnels. Here we go. Oh, this is cool. This is so satisfying. Science per minute capped at 90,000. We should be a lot higher than that now once this goes through. Okay, how many of these do we have blue science loaded into? It should be all of them. Oh, hang on. We don't have red and... Ooh, okay. Why is that not filled with science? Ah, because that's there. Okay, yep. I need to clean some of these from my past mistakes. This is probably something I'm going to continue tuning off camera, just because it's going to be a little bit boring. So I'll have the weekend to do that before the next stream. There we go, nice. Probably get rid of some of these as well. Okay, yeah, I've got lots of tunnels everywhere. Oh boy. Oh no. Okay, but how's that going? We got blue science. We're just waiting on the purples. Where are the purples? Still arriving. Here they come, here they come. Purples. Yes, science is online. Woo! We did it. Science is ticking up. Come on, come on, come on. Woohoo! Heck yeah! So hopefully that climbs over 100,000. That's just part of the goal. There's no green hang on. There's no green science here. Why is there no green science here? Why did no green science make it onto this bus? Power! Power, come on! That should be... Huh, weird. Maybe we just don't have enough science packs. They ended up at the end though, so that's good. Yeah, the packs probably just got spent at the front. Okay, that's probably what's going on. Yeah, that's it. That's what's going on. They all got spent at the front end, that the back end over here didn't get the science packs it needed to balance it out. So, what that basically means is we now need to increase production of our science. And I'll probably start with the purple and the blue, because I know that those are producing at the lowest rate. If we check our production rates, currently, if I search science, we are producing 15,000 per minute red science, 13,000 per minute green science, 7.8 thousand per minute blue science, and then the purple just isn't going over here just because of the calcite issues. So I'll just have to add a few more trains, I think, to satisfy that calcite problem. But that can be done off camera, because I think I've got just about run out of time for this stream for today. But that was fun. Got a crazy amount of work done. We built this factory up. We hooked everything up together. We built up all of this. We got the trains built. We got the trains scheduled. We built the train stops. And we nuked some baddies while we were doing all that. I would say today was a pretty successful stream. And with that, I'm going to say thank you all so much for watching and so much for sticking around. If you want to hang around in the community, we got a small community building up in the Discord server, so you can join that, do some chatting. I'm pretty active there. Did some nuclear landscaping. Yeah, that was pretty awesome. But yeah, be sure to check out the Discord server. I'll chuck a link there in the chat if you want to join. Should we have a look? No, okay, that's good. Yep. All right. I'm probably going to end the stream there. So thank you all so much for watching. Check out the Discord server, and I will catch you on the next stream, which will be Sunday for half the world, Monday for the other half of the world. But you can check that schedule in my Twitch schedules, unless something happens, in which I will be posting probably on my Discord server if something happens. Yeah, catch you everyone. Thank you so much. Again, thank you to those for the raid and the Prime sub. That was awesome. Much appreciated. I will see you next time. Bye.